Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to New York City Jewelry Week 2021, Day 5. It's Friday. We've been having a great week all this week. I hope you've been joining us all along, or if you are just joining us, welcome, welcome, or if you're joining us in the future, welcome to the live stream. I am your host, Alex Darby, Jewelry Week's Director of Digital, and once again, we have an action-packed lineup of virtual programming for you in this very YouTube stream today. I hope you've been lapping up all the great programming all week. We've had some fantastic events, amazing insights all across the city and coming to your screens. I'm really excited, as you can tell. We've had some great international shout outs too from the people in the chat. So it really warms my heart to know that we are reaching folks not just in the city, in person, returning again this year, but all over the country and all over the world. So keep it coming. We love to see it. Let us know today in the chat where you're joining us from so we can keep track of the wide world of Jewelry Week. It's really exciting. Don't forget that this live stream will also be available on our YouTube channel for 24 hours after the fact. The best way to get that content is to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're 50 subscribers away from 1,000, guys. Come and get it. We're really so close to that number, which unlocks a whole bunch of great stuff. So we're excited. Keep subscribing. And we also release content on our YouTube channel throughout the year. So it's not just Jewelry Week. You'll be getting a whole bunch of great stuff coming to your screen. There's still time to RSVP for what's left of Jewelry Week. So link is in the description for today. Check out our website. Keep planning your weekend. There's still so many amazing things to see. And of course, if you're joining us virtually or otherwise, there's still many, many great things to see that are happening on our website and many of our other initiatives and programs. So don't forget to check out our virtual booths. This is super exciting and there's a lot of great stuff in there. So explore. Those will be up beyond Jewelry Week though, so you have time to check it out. Don't forget to shop the week. Don't forget to check out our Gesso app, New York City Jewelry Week 2021 retail guide. Really exciting shopping around the city in New York and Brooklyn. And of course, if you haven't already, head over to our First Dibs by Here We Are Marketplace and get shopping. Okay. Before we kick things off today, once again, some housekeeping. Many of our programs have Q&A. If you want to ask a question, post it in the chat. You do need to be joining us live in order to do that. And of course, as always, love for our speakers is very welcome. So get in there. Just a reminder that Jewelry Week, its virtual and in-person events are, of course, anti-racist, inclusive, and a safe space for all. Harassment of any kind will not be tolerated. And you can view our New York City Jewelry Week Code of Conduct at the link in the description. Okay, let's get ready to start the day. What have we got coming up for you? Exciting times. Okay, so first of all, thank you so much to our sponsors who help make Jewelry Week possible year after year. A great list of folks and supporters from this year. In addition to that, thank you to our official museum partner, the Museum of Arts and Design, our official education partner, Commence Jewelry, and all of our other wonderful partners and collaborators who help us bring you this fantastic program. So today we've got an action-packed lineup. First up at 11:30, we've got Art Party Central, Part 1. We've then got the Flourish Jewellery Project, which is a participatory craft research project coming to you from across the pond. At 1:30, we're going to meet Newcomers SMO with Democratizing Ethically Mined Gold. And then we're back for Art Party Central Part 2. It's going to be a big day for this at 3 o'clock. And our final virtual program of the day is The Power of Platinum with the Pratt Institute. And then we're heading into in-person stuff after that. So I'm going to stop talking and introduce our next program, which is Art Party Central. And I'm going to hand things over to our host. Let me find her. Megan Patrice Riley.
Oh, hello.
Welcome.
Hi. Hello. Thanks for having us, you guys. Thank you to New York City Jewelry Week. It is such a pleasure to be here. You know, I'm a big fan. I'm really excited to bring our special art party to you.
So amazing. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to leave you to it.
Okay,
take it away.
Let's get started. We have a super packed hour of 8 amazing artists, and I'm really excited to be introducing them to you. And we have a really party-like atmosphere As Alex said, we do love comments in the chat and we all pay attention to those. So if you want to see something as we get going, or if you're inspired and you have oohs and ahs, please pop that in the chat, and the artist and I will all respond. So let's get started. I'm NPR of Megan Patrice Riley Jewelry, and I'm one of the co-founders of Art Party Central. Art Party Central is a virtual platform where we connect you to the coolest, high-quality, curated products direct from artists and designers themselves. And most of all, we want to cultivate and celebrate the fellowship of like-minded human beings and send our work out into the world to be cherished. So we've really been developing this over the last 2 years. And so I'm really excited to curate a special jewelry party just for New York City Jewelry Week. And again, thank you so much for hosting us. It's so fun to partner with you guys and do a little virtual, hopefully like fun party. So I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna go. We're gonna hear from 8 really talented artists. We have Jira Lodge from Jira Lodge Jewelry, Jennifer Lipman Bruno from Jennifer Lipman Bruno Designs, Valerie Hector from Valerie Hector Design. We have Danielle Marzada from Marzada, Tracy Blight from Vela Moda, Ellen Cohen from Ellen Cohen Design, Yudit Haas from Yudit Haas Jewelry and Art, and Kathleen Lamberty from K Lamberty Designs. You can see them all popping up here, and we're going to go a little bit in depth with each of them. So each of the artists is going to be giving a little presentation, and that's when we want your comments and questions. We want to make sure we get you to see all those fun things. And if time allows, we're going to do 1 or 2 of those. We're going to pull 1 of those 2 of those questions and make sure we get the artist to talk a little bit to you directly. And we have a super fun raffle for everybody. If you RSVP'd for this party or for the virtual programming for New York City Jewelry Week today, you are automatically entered to win we have a gift certificate from each artist. So that's 8 gift certificates for $50 each to their websites. So we're going to pull that at the end. So it's kind of going to be a little like party favor for the end of the presentation. So please stay tuned to hear your name be called. We'll also be giving a special discount code at the end of the party because we are all winners in our minds. So also stay tuned for that because that's going to be live for 1 week and you want to make sure you get that code. So we're going to go, we're going to get going. Let's hear from Jira Lodge. Hi, welcome.
Yay. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's cold and snowy here in Pennsylvania, where I'm talking to you from, and I'm really delighted to be talking to you about my work from the cozy indoors. So my name is Jira Lodge, and I'm a contemporary jeweler. I work mostly with silver and also with steel, gold, spray paint, gemstones. I like to mix it up and keep it fresh. So I want to share some of my newest pieces that I've just finished, hot off the bench, and then also some of my classic designs. And for me, the power of jewelry is really in how it makes you feel and the joy that it can bring, both in making it and also in wearing it. So let's start off with, this is my just hot off the bench gemstone pendants that I've just finished. So we have a pink sapphire here on, and then blue sapphire, a watermelon tourmaline, and then a couple of opals, which it's a little hard to see the sparkle here, but if you look on my website, you'll see some up close images of those. So these are all set in sterling silver. And then coming in with sort of semi-matched. I don't always like to get super matchy, but I like things that are, you know, in a similar vein. So these are a rose cut tourmaline. They have a little bit of green, light pink, and then some of my sort of classic architectural design elements on the bottom. This is one of my favorite new pairs that I've just finished. So while making this new grouping of work, I was focusing on the things that I'm most excited about right now. And for me, that was setting some of the beautiful stones that I've been collecting over the years. So these are pink sapphires, the silver element on the bottom. These are very cute on, which hard to see with my headphones, but put one on for you. And then I also have These are a natural sapphire. So they have blue, gray, and then these little dangly twists on the bottom. So they have a nice amount of movement. And then we have a few little simple posts, opals, green sapphires, blue sapphires with a little rose cut diamond on the bottom. And then I've been slowly getting into making rings more. I started out making jewelry mostly focused on earrings because they're the things that I love the most. These are the triple spires, which are one of my favorite in my classic line. And then I have these opal rings that I just finished up recently too, which I'm very excited about. So they feel very much like a power jewelry. This little opal contains a whole galaxy in it. Purples and blues and pinks. So that's pretty exciting. So from my classic line, my Deco series is one of the first series I started with. And this is really just the principle of like layered pattern pieces. So this is a silver, the Deco fan necklace, which is one of my classic statement necklaces. Silver goes with just about everything. I first started this series as painted steel, which is a look I really love. It's very bold and exciting, but silver is a classic look that goes with everything. So I like to have a variety of options available. These are a selection of some of my most giftable items. So we have little fan earrings, little spires, my twist series, which is really popular. It's a nice ombre from oxidized to bright. These are a little layered deco earring, a zigzag version. And then this is the painted steel in a really bright yellow fading into black ombre. And then for this week, I made a small limited edition series of the zigzags in a flattened silver. And these are really nice because they're extra lightweight. And then they have this really nice movement, good shimmer and shine. It makes them show up just against light hair, dark hair. And the lightweightness of this particular design makes them really wearable for all day long. You can see that shimmer there. And then I showed you briefly what I was wearing. These triple spire earrings have a lot of movement. And then I also wanted to show off this ruby and spire burst pendant. So it's just got a little ruby set in the middle. And then it has a lot of dimension. And it actually can be changed out what chain it's on. So right now I have it on a sort of stiff coil chain necklace, and you could put it onto something that was longer if you like a longer style. I like wearing my pendants a little further up because I'm short, and so there isn't too much length here. Yeah, so those are my classics. And then just one more here I wanted to show you. I've been working on a collaboration series sort of ongoing with the jeweler Nicolette Abasol. So this is I have a pair of earrings that Nicolette made the enamel, which is graphite drawing on white vitreous enamel, and then paired with my twists on the bottom. And this series is sort of ongoing. We make a handful of pieces at a time. So just wanted to share that with you.
Hi, Jira. We have so many lovely comments. People saying I love those in the YouTube comments. Or you guys, we do love your comments and we do pay attention. I just want to break in and ask a question before we go on to the next part. So I noticed, I love your work, and it's such a pleasure to have you here. Someone asked about 3D printing. Do you incorporate that?
I don't actually. So I get that question a lot because of the sort of regularity and geometricness of my shapes, but all of my work is hand fabricated, and I just love the fabrication process. Like, no knocks against 3D printing. It's awesome. But personally, I'm a little technology, bit of a Luddite, and I just love working with my torch and my pliers, my hand tools. So all hand fabricated.
Beautiful, and such beautiful execution. Thank you so much for being here. And we're going to go on to our next artist. We're going to
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, you guys, from Jennifer Lipman Bruno. Hello, Jennifer. Take it away.
Hi, everyone. I am Jennifer from Jennifer Lipman Bruno Design. I'm currently in the Midwest, but I was in New York for a long, long time. After college, I studied jewelry for a year in Philly, a year in New York. I stayed in New York, and I was the design director for a high-end jewelry designer. They decided to close. I then went to my next lab, which is knitting, and I had my own business for over 10 years where I designed patterns and accessories for knitters. Sold that, and now I'm back to my true creative love, which is jewelry. When I came back, I knew I wanted to do something a little different, so I started working in sterling silver and concrete. So here are the first couple rings that I did. Very simple designs, but the rings I tend to do are normally really big and bold, which I love. After a while, I started to miss the bling. So I figured, let's sprinkle a little bit of diamonds into the mix because diamonds and concrete are just such an obvious choice. So here, these are the randomness rings. This one, it can come in 3, 5, and 7 diamonds. I call what's an elevated bubblegum shank, like a split shank. But it's just so much fun with the play of the materials. And then another really fun one. This is called the cutting edge band. Again, it's the silver, the concrete, and the diamond. But this one, you can see with the profile, the concrete in between the 2 layers of silver, which is always so exciting. So now I did the silver and concrete, added the diamonds. I figured let's up the ante a little more and add some 14 karat yellow gold. So these pendants are on a oxidized sterling silver chain, but the bezels have the 14 karat gold with it. And then it's filled with the concrete and the diamonds. So these 2 styles, they lay, the chain goes right through it, so they lay nice and flat. But this guy is meant to move and dance. So what I did was I put a diamond on both sides. So no matter what happens, you're gonna look fantastic. So now let's move on to earrings. Now, the biggest question I get with earrings is, oh my God, it's concrete, it's so heavy. We're not laying a foundation of a house. It's a tiny little bit of concrete that I pour in each one, and concrete is actually lighter than both resin and stone, so it's really comfortable. I can't wear heavy, so I don't make anyone else wear heavy. So this is one of my favorite styles, and what's fun about this is the post is a little lower, so it sits higher on the ear. I have one of these on, and when I tell you it's the lightest earring, and if you talk on the phone, if you're old-fashioned and use a phone versus a earplug, super comfortable. And also what I wanted to mention is most all of my designs are available in either the gold or in the silver, but this just lets you really compare and see the difference in the metals. So they come in several shapes, really comfy. Now, if you want something with a little more drama or movement, these earrings are really fun. I refer to them as my little dancing queens. So here they're shown with the gold hook, the gold bezel, and then the oxidized sterling silver chain, or in the all sterling silver. Now these really move. So like the other pendant, what I did was I put a diamond on both sides. Oh, sure, now he doesn't move. And so again, no matter what you're doing, it's going to look beautiful. Now, if for some reason you don't feel like wearing concrete, which is totally fine, although you totally should, I have some traditional pieces, materials. This is part of my bubble collection. And again, in the silver and the gold, the little guys are teeny little studs, which are perfect everyday earrings, or if you have multiple piercings, you can wear them higher up. And then the larger pieces are actually a French hook. So they look like a stud, but they actually have the convenience of a French hook. And they're shown here with one diamond in each earring, one in the second, one in the fourth, just to make it a little more playful. They are available plain, or if you need symmetry, or if you need a lot of diamonds, you just go, Jennifer, I just need a little more. You contact me and we do whatever to put a little smile on your face. So that's that collection, part of it. Another really fun one. These are called mini linear circle earrings. Again, in the 2 different metals, and it's simple, but just the lines, the way they intersect, and the little bit of the diamond and the depth, it's a playful, beautiful earring that you can wear. And then, just to tie in my previous world of knitting with this, these are actually crocheted centers. So I make the frame, so the gold one has the oxidized sterling silver frame again, and then it has the gold hook, and then I crochet it and just attach it to the center. And then what else can I show you? I think I spoke too fast. Some other funky rings that I'm wearing. Again, I love the whole, it's always good from every angle. So this ring, again, both sides, it has the diamond on both sides. And another funky, this is the pebble ring with the split shank, which is really fun. What else can I show you? I think I have more time. So for all of you who want, oh, here she comes.
Hi, just checking.
Hi.
Yes, you called it because I was about to come in and we have some wonderful comments in the chat just saying, can't wait to see these in person at One of a Kind. So is that happening? You want to do a little plug for that? Is that
Oh, yes. So One of a Kind is in Chicago. It's December 2nd through the 5th. And please come. I'm going to have so much good stuff. And you can touch it and feel it. And it will be sanitized in between, so don't worry. And yeah, it'll be really good.
So excited for you. This will be your first one. So,
Yeah.
well, welcome. So thanks for giving us a little preview of what we can like come and play dress up with.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. We will have time for a little bit at the end to talk, but we're going to go on to our next artist. We're going to hear from Valerie Hector from Valerie Hector Designs. Hello, Valerie. Welcome.
Hey, Megan. Thank you so much. I am so happy to be here. And thank you, Alex, for directing this event. I have been making jewelry for about 30-something years, and I'm known for working with beads. Now, in the bead world, the latest announcement is that the earliest beads ever have been found, and they date to 150,000 BC. So humans, I'm just one of the many humans who have been working with beads over the millennia. Now, I'm just going to show you some of the different styles and techniques and colors I've used. I love bold pieces, sculptural large pieces. Here's a brooch I made many years ago. The frame I hand fabricated of sterling silver, and then I stitched tiny glass and metal beads through the rungs in the frame to create this brooch. So that's an early piece. I do like the balance between, the see-throughness, the massiveness, which is tempered by the ability to look through the windows. Another piece of about the same time, different kind of experiment. Again, a brooch, a little bit taller, a little bit larger, called the Golden Moon brooch. I fabricated, again, the armature from sterling silver. There's a bunch of sterling silver rungs here. Here's the back. And I beaded all the rungs, one at a time with little circles of glass and metal beads. This is the kind of, I just couldn't let this piece go. It's one of my most favorites. Maybe someday I'll let it go. I don't know. It represents a time in my life and in my aesthetic, the development of my career, that I just love. Eventually, I discovered that you don't have to bead the whole surface. You can just bead some of the surface. So here's a more recent brooch where I, again, fabricated the form from sterling silver and then beaded just a little bit of the form. And I think this works just fine as a brooch. So a little more of a minimalist effect. I'll show you another brooch I really love. Again, sterling silver, set with check glass beads and more sterling silver. And I will try to hold it up so that you can see it. The beads are really quite a beautiful, luminous, vibrant shade of red. This is called Lotus Alhambra brooch. It's a one of a kind, recent. What else can I show you? I do make a lot of pieces for women to wear every day. And one of the aspects of my work that I love is hearing stories. Sometimes I hear women come up to my booth at shows and say, hey, Valerie, I was in London. I was at a shoe store in London. I was trying on a pair of shoes and a lady walked by and she was wearing one of your pieces. And so was I. So that these ladies actually became friends and they're still friends to this day. And I'm sure that my colleagues have had similar experiences. So jewelry, yes, the power to make us feel, like we're expressing ourselves, like we're sharing some of our inner vision, but also the power to connect us with people we haven't yet met who also have an affinity for the things that we love. Another aspect of the power of jewelry, which is the theme of this year's New York City Jewelry Week, is that maybe sometimes it can speak truth to power. Here's a brooch I made a while ago, large scale, and it's called Tank on a Tear. Now, if any of you are familiar with events in China's late 20th century in Beijing, you'll have a sense of what this piece comments on in its modest way of speaking truth to power. The little figure here in front of the tank, it's a little challenging. I'm used to doing this on my iPad, and I'm doing it on my laptop now. It's a good training. This little figure here is a kneeling human figure made entirely of sterling silver beads. The wheels of the tank are also sterling silver. So you get a sense of when I say I like working large, this is an example. Now, I've also recently begun working in wood beads because, I have to keep experimenting. So here's an example of a red wood bead necklace. I did develop this technique on my own by just experimenting and keeping track of what worked and what didn't. This is an incredibly lightweight necklace, very vibrant, very cheerful, perfect for a party, and it has a magnetic clasp. Now, while I'm at it, why don't I show you some of the rings I've been making lately? Again, they're large. This is from my Still Life series of rings, hand fabricated entirely by me of sterling silver, with sterling silver beaded accents that are attached. I love doing these. I also started making earrings. Here, a pair of earrings in my Still Life series. And I've been making different sizes. I'm very happy with these. They're large, they're a good scale on the ear, but they're not too heavy. Also, recently I've been making more drop earrings. And I never before knew how fun and wonderful drop earrings could be. Hey, Megan.
Hi. We're ran out of time, but I want to make sure I got a question. And also just comment how lovely it is to hear your emotional sentiments about jewelry and how we connect through these objects. This is and the power of it. This is wonderful. One question that did come in is, are you doing any in-person shows as well this season?
Yeah, my first show back will be the West Palm Beach show in February. I think it's President's Day weekend.
Oh, that's coming.
I think it starts February 18th to the 20th, and I'm already thinking about what I'm going to make, what I will keep and what I will change, what I'll do radically new. I love that show, and I love my customers at that show.
Oh, that's cool. I love this. I'm intrigued by radically new.
Yes,
everybody stay tuned for what Valerie is going to be creating for us. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing. I love a brooch, so that was wonderful. We're going to hear from our next artist, Danielle Marzada. Hello. Welcome. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, perfect. Take it away.
Awesome. My name's Danielle, and my husband and I work together to build a line of jewelry that's based on organic forms, sort of has its heart in found objects from the natural world. So these are some pieces that we just discovered unintentionally. The way that you collect shells or things off the beach just because you can't resist them. We've done a lot of that. And this form here is a sweet gum fruit, where this here is a cross section of that same form. By slicing it up like a tomato and then casting that slice into bronze, sterling, or gold, we've built that form. Each piece in our collection has some sort of humble beginning in an organic. This is sea-fan coral. And then this cuff is built by casting small pieces of coral and building them together into these linear forms and then building that overlay. So this wears like this. Each organic form then splits off all over the body. So this is the cuff in the sea-fan collection. This is one of the many sea-fan earrings. And if you go through our site, currently it's sorted by organic material. So you can see sort to studs and sea-fan, or studs and pine cone, or just studs, and see them in all the different organics, and begin to explore how a collection is built through the lens of that material. This is the sea-fan ring, for example. Another piece I really love is this bark from a palm tree. It has kind of an amazing woven texture to it. And some of our largest pieces come from this line. This is an example of a pendant built in that form. This piece is a favorite of mine in that you can wear it this way. Oops, sorry. Or reverse that wing form for just a slightly different angling on the piece and wear it that way. The bright white is all sterling silver. The other color we do a lot of is oxidized sterling. This is a ring made with umbrella pods. The stem that makes the base of this ring is actually the stem of a peony flower. So we take that flower stem and cast them in strong, like straight lines, and long vertical flasks, and then build these new shapes from those branches. So this is a median peony cuff. This is the peony bangle. So that's a 24-karat nugget on the side of that, hammered flat, otherwise a sterling cuff. And occasionally we mix materials. So this one is a peony branch in the inside, and this is actually a catalpa pod on the outside. So this one has a great sound. I don't know, can you hear that? It's sort of fun. And this is also an oxidized sterling. This has a great run to it. Another super favorite is this. This is deerhorn cedar. It's collected from a farm in Silverton, Oregon. And if you really look at that shape there, the texture begins a little bit like antlers. Every time a branch connects, it's 3 little units. And when it splits, there are 4. This like little tiny detail. So we've taken that detail and then made this cuff out of the series where the branch splits in this little 4-piece cedar branch, like that. This is a scale of things I call rodeo, which is sometimes it's like a way to separate without going men's jewelry, women's jewelry. Anytime you see rodeo in front of our work, it means like this is built at a scale that might be more men's jewelry, where we probably have a similar piece that doesn't have the word rodeo in it, and will be like the women's version of the piece. This is kind of rodeo. This is morel mushrooms. So morel mushrooms are pretty small. They're about this big. So we cast lots of them and then fabricate them together into much larger builds, straight, and then we'll build that into a bracelet. And then we'll take larger molds where the mold itself is maybe this big to be able to build pieces like this. This core collection of organic forms allows us to offer a really, really wide range of objects. It's literally 1,000 if you tease out all the different potentials of material and size, that you could then say, I want a morel cuff and I'd love to do a line of sapphires across the front, or I have this awesome piece of turquoise from my family that I'd love to see set in this particular thing. So that allows this like first level of custom that gives a really wide range of base pieces to sort of put your own voice on top of. Or we offer that on our own too, where we might take a pine cone cuff like this one. This is a piece we love that we make all the time without stones, but then sometimes we'll edit to include some special details that separate it from the solid metal only organic core of the collection into pieces that feel more one of a kind. Another thing we do is to take the same concept of organic materials and use them against cotton lace. So by taking a piece of lace and dipping it in boiling wax, it becomes stiff enough to be able to withstand the casting process. This necklace, and anytime you see a linear lace on our site, it actually is cotton. It can handle the same process, but it has needed some strengthening. So this is a belt buckle, one of my favorite pieces. Also looks great in oxidized sterling with jeans, but starts as just cotton. I'll show you 2 more, I think. Help me out on time, Megan, if I need it. And this is another version of this sweet gum pod. So this spiky piece is how they fall off the tree. If you step on them enough, it'll look like that. And this piece here is this pretty awesome bracelet with a magnet clasp.
The comments are like, I love my lace necklace. I love how you're using natural forms. Like, wonderful. I never heard the rodeo term from you. I love that this is so.
It's like, how do you talk about jewelry large without it all being about gender? And so rodeo really felt right to me.
It's so you, and it's so positive and wonderful. And the earrings, you just showed, those are
for sure. These are mica. So this is another material we use. This top piece here is actually a piece of the sweet gum that I showed you in the very beginning, sliced. And then mica is kind of amazing. It's a rock that can be split like slate. So it comes in thin pieces if you keep splitting and splitting and splitting. And then we can actually cut it with scissors.
Ooh.
It's like, people think like, how did you cut the rock? And I'm like, shh, don't tell. But
I'm going to say, Rachel Shimpock, shout out. I see you on here. She said, heck yeah, yeehaw, rodeo.
Yeah, rodeo.
The comment for the day. Okay. Wonderful to see you, Danielle. Such a pleasure. Thank you for sharing your beautiful with us. And we will go on to our next artist. We're going to be hearing from Tracy Blyke of Vela Moda Jewelry. Hello. Hi, sweetie.
Hi, how are you? Hi, I'm Tracy Blyke of Tracy Blyke Jewelry, and I design and make pieces for Vela Moda and GG Collections. I'm here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. We, of course, have sunshine because that's what we have in the South. And so my pieces, I love color. And I like to do a lot of my designs are connected by hand beading. Some of my new designs, speaking of Georgia, this year we've had a lot of rain, compared to other parts of the country where they had the devastating fires. We've had an abundance of rain. So I have, this is mainly metal. I cut the brass. And then I painted with a water-based resin. And as far as hand beading, I drilled the metal, and then I hand beaded this with gold-filled beads. And on the back, I kept it just a brass, natural brass, but I hand beaded with 2 beads. And then at the top, I have an ear wire that I shaped to give the round part, this round part to match the aesthetic of the round beads on the bottom. So I named this, actually my son named this Dewdrop, and it's like abstract, and it resembles a leaf with water on it from the rain. So this is a blue color. Actually, I call it denim. And I also have a very fun, yellow color. I can't do this in a sterling silver, but I really do like the gold field next to the yellow. And it also has the back of the brass, but then it's painted with the resin here. So this is, as I said, part of my new designs. And I also have this. At night, my husband and I go walking, and so of course we see, the beautiful sky and the constellation, and this is what that resembles. It's like a 2D effect. I hand beaded 2 gold-filled beads, and on the back is just 2 round beads, but it's kelp brass. But this is also painted with resin, and then this is an anodized aluminum. I do make a lot of designs out of anodized aluminum, and I kept the ear wire plain just so I can put the bead of the anodized aluminum on. As you can see, it's very monotone in color, and I also have it in. I told you guys I love color, so this is a plum. Actually, it's called orchid. I don't know if you can see the beautiful, it's like a mauve, it's like a grayish rose color. And I don't have a pattern that I do for these earrings. So everything is going to be an organic shape and the earrings may not have the same. Oh, here's the camera. The earrings may not have the same, design. So I think that's the fun part of it. And I also make all of my designs. The only gemstone I use is electroplated hematite. So these, I always like to connect to my childhood or some sort of event that has happened to me. So this is electroplated hematite, and I named these Uni. And Uni is the power of one. So whatever Uni means to you, that's how people can connect to my jewelry. For me, I'm a preacher's kid. And so it can be maybe the Holy Trinity, or connected of earth, wind, and fire, or whatever 3 elements that connects to you. So this design has a lot of 3 elements, as you can see, the triangle on top. And then there's an intersection here, and it holds 3 rings here. And then I have the 3 elements here. So whatever connects with you, and that will go. I will have
Oh, I love this.
Also in moss as well.
Oh, it's so
Is
wonderful.
my time up already?
You're doing great, and people are loving it. It's you shared some new designs that no one's seen before too, with a little even more colors. This is really exciting.
More color. Gotta have color in your life.
I love it. Well, it's so joyful. Thank you. And we're just a quick question. People are asking about are people able to alter your designs or do a little custom, or how do you work with you on that?
Yes, you can. You can request to say, Tracy, I like this color palette, so I can easily implement that in whatever design you want.
Ooh, and we love special pieces. So wonderful to see you, and thank you for sharing also that new. We're gonna go on to the next artist. We're gonna be hearing from Ellen Cohen from Ellen Cohen Design. Ellen, take it away.
Hi, thanks for having me here today. It's really exciting to be a part of New York City Jewelry Week. I'm here in my studio. Well, actually, I'm in my home office today, but my studio is right outside of New York City. And my work is very much influenced by the architecture and the urban landscape of New York, as well as my time that I spend in Maine and the patterns found in nature. So I do work with sustainable materials, all either recycled, reclaimed, or fair mined gemstones and metals. And that sustainability is not just about my materials, but it's a metaphor for how my practice is connected to the earth, and my work is connected to my wearer. And I feel like I create sculptural art jewelry that empowers women. So I want to I'll start with my I have a couple of series of work that I'm hoping I'll have time to talk about and show today. And I thought I'd start with my earthscapes, which are just interpretations of patterns found in nature. And I do this with a process called fusing. This is my seagrass cuff, and I have 2 degrees. One's in ornamental horticulture and one's in graphic design. I feel like both those worlds kind of just meet at my bench. So can't take the editorial comment out. And this, you could view it as a beautiful textural cuff, but it is an ode to the seagrass, which is really important to the environment. The meadows create a huge amount of oxygen and is being affected in a very negative way with global warming. So beautiful, easy to wear, a little thinner. It's a little big for me, but can't add that metal on once I take it off. And a commentary. This is the same process. It's fused, and this is done with casting grain. It's all sterling silver. And after I fuse it, which means that I'm not using solder, but a lot of heat to make those metals become one. I'm able to control that with the heat and draw the edges. So the metal will follow the heat, and I could draw the metal in and create these beautiful soft edges. This interesting part right here, I burnt a hole in the metal when I was fusing it, and I was able to go in and back it with another piece of metal after cleaning it, and then add more casting grain to it. And I find that sometimes those are what I call my happy accidents, and that the piece is stronger for it in the end. Another power cuff. This one is made with all scrap metal. It's all sterling, but it's all scrap. And I love the look of a cuff, but I'm a bangle girl. And I made it into a bangle bracelet. It became very thick and wonky. And so I rolled it out until it looked like just a smooth, flat piece of sterling. I put it in my rolling mill and kept rolling it and heating it so that it would be soft enough and not rip. And then when I brought it back to my bench and I heated it again, all those beautiful patterns and surfaces came right back up to the texture. So the learning process for me was that metal maintains memory, and I never knew that. So it was a very magical moment for me. So continuing with my Earthscape series, this is a necklace that I created, and it's fused with diamonds set in 18 karat gold, and that's a raw amethyst. And talking about the power of jewelry, for all time, the materials, the silver and the gemstones have properties that people say have powers. So this is raw amethyst, and raw amethyst is said to enhance your inner strength and transform negative energy into positive energy. And the diamonds create and encourage creativity and imagination. So how powerful is that? So, and this is adjustable. You can see that it has chain, and you could adjust the scale and the size of that. So it's pretty, how powerful, right? You put that on, you just feel like, wow, I could take on the world.
I love that you're talking about like how you're sourcing your materials, and also, first of all, Wonder Woman cuffs, very, very powerful. But some question that came in about how your jewelry engages with sustainability.
So I'm using all recycled and reclaimed metals. And so like this ring, this was a bead that came out of a necklace, and can you see it? I get a little closer. So it's a bead that came out of a necklace that wasn't being worn, and I created it and put it in and set it so it just looks like a stone. So, and then old materials, old stones that I've bought secondhand, or Fairmine gems. So I work really hard. And then there's the metaphor, because I think of my jewelry as being really timeless.
Yes. And also there's memories in each of these pieces and how you're sourcing. Thank you, Ellen, so much.
Oh, thank you, Megan.
This is so fun to see a little glimpse into your process. We're going to be hearing next from Yudit Haas. Yudit, take it away.
Hi there, I'm Judith Haas. For those of you who don't know me, thank you so much, Megan. I'm a jeweler, and I also make some fine art. I'm originally from the Netherlands, but I have been living in New York for many years now. And I have a workspace in Brooklyn where I make every piece. And right now I want to show you some pieces. I love making bracelets, because bracelets gives you the most surface to design on. So also for that reason, it's the biggest statement you can make with it. So this one, for example, I made in fine silver fused with 24 karat gold, and it's easily adjustable. And the black you see is oxidized silver, so it's still silver but then oxidized. And these kind of bracelets I make in different shapes, starting from like 1/4 inch to about 2 inches. For example, these ones I have to show you with all kind of different patterns. I think hopefully you can see the different textures like this. The light is a bit difficult maybe. And all of these are easily adjustable. And what I also love about working with silver and gold, that it matches with everything. And I have, for example, made a lot of different earrings that go with this. These ones are made in the same technique, and it's inspired by the Dutch painter Mondrian. You can see better like that. And I love making stud earrings so that they cover your ear hole, so you don't. It's more flattering that way. And I have another influence in my design from Klimt. I want to show you these ones. So each piece is individually made. I oxidize it and then engrave into it, and then you see the underlying surface. And this way you get to see the pattern. These stud earrings as well. And with some of them, I also use gems. This line is made with onyx that I set into sapphires. So the sapphire is set into the onyx and then set in sterling silver. And sometimes I decorate it with a 24-karat gold leaf. And as I said before, I also make some fine art. These are made with different copper alloys. I love how nature, urban cities get reclaimed by nature. So how metal structures get oxidized by being exposed to the elements. So this copper, as for example, turned green and then engrave into it, and you see the underlying surface. In this case, that is brass. And I also make some jewelry in that with that same mixture of metals. So these ones are, for example, stud earrings. And with these materials, I always make sure that the post is sterling silver, so it doesn't, hopefully doesn't give any allergic reactions. And they all come out differently because you never know how it changes color. And then I have some bracelets that go with that. For example, this piece is it's brass with a heat patina, and then it changes color and engraved into it. And with these pieces, I make sure that they are aligned with felt.
I love it. I like, okay, more Wonder Woman cuffs because we needed that. And I feel like that's such an indicative of your style and one of your core pieces. So these are great. You have all these different options. Are people able to see you in person anytime coming up?
Well, for sure. If you're in the New York area, you can make an appointment to meet me at my studio in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So that is always an option. And if you add me to my email list, then I'll let you know which shows I will be at. This Sunday I will be in the Grand Bazaar, and hopefully more shows will come up.
Ooh, okay, exciting. I know the Grand Bazaar is such a New York experience as well.
Yeah, it will be my first time.
I'm excited to hear how that goes. Thank you so much for sharing. We're going on to our next artist. We're going to be, our last artist. We're going to be hearing from Kathleen Lamberty. Kathleen, take it away.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kathleen Lamberty, and I'm coming to you from LA. It's an unusually gray day here. I have been sitting and thinking about the power of jewelry and how that relates to my work. And I think what my work really does is it sparks curiosity and sparks conversation through my use of unusual materials. I am a trained metalsmith. My background is metal. I fell in love with the process of manipulating metal with fire. So when I approach using other materials, I approach it with the metalsmith sensibility. The necklace I'm wearing right now is leather and sterling silver. What I often do is I will reference something in nature, but not duplicate it, because I don't think I can properly ever duplicate the beauty in nature. So it references it, it speaks of it, but creates the curiosity within there. I love combining the hard and the soft. This necklace is silk that's been treated, peridot and oxidized sterling silver. I've hand formed the metalwork and shaped the silk with oxidized sterling wire. I continued to explore the use of soft and hard. This piece is a bracelet, and it is a stitched piece of ribbon that creates a great ruffle when you wear it. It's a real power bracelet. As my concept of jewelry expanded, rather than trying to duplicate a branch, I started incorporating the branch. So this piece is sterling silver, and polymer clay extrudes through the metal, and it's set with a piece of driftwood and labradorite. I have recently discovered, well, I always saw it, but I started incorporating dendritic agate. The agate has the natural pattern, and it's almost like something has been frozen in time as it grows within the stone. This piece is sterling silver with black diamonds to celebrate the pattern that is naturally in the stone. So I do everything from the big statement pieces, and I reeled it in, gone back to some of my roots, and started working with the dendritic agate as well. I also love enamels. I love incorporating color. Again, it references the sea. It is sterling silver, glass beads, enamel on copper. Everything is hand formed. This is a brooch, but I put an adapter on the back that you can hang it with a neck wire. So it can be worn as a pendant or a brooch. Going back to the soft and hard, which is always kind of a motif with my work. This piece is sterling silver and silk and glass beads. You can see some of the reflection of the silver through the silk. And then it has little highlights of French knots and wool. Again, this can be worn as a brooch or a pendant.
Oh, wow. Oh, what a pleasure. And we are running out of time, but I wanted to say thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
So fun to see your pieces. And thanks for being here in New York with us. Sunny / not so sunny California.
Yes.
And powerful pieces and reflecting so much on the power of jewelry, because this is really what New York City Jewelry Week has been celebrating this whole week. So, it's wonderful to see such powerful pieces. We're going to close out, you guys, with a raffle. And I want to say thank you again to New York City Jewelry Week for having us here. Because you all RSVP'd, you've been entered into a raffle. I'm going to give those when we announce those raffle winners, you'll be getting an email with information about how to contact the artists or check out their websites. We also have a 10% discount code for all of the artists' websites, as well as your host, mine. So we're going to give that right now, which is, and this is for everybody, it's NYCJW21. You can use that on all the websites until next week. And we have our little raffle. So one $50 gift certificate for each artist. And again, thank you so much for being here. We love your comments in the chat. Our first artist gift certificate is for Jira Lodge Jewelry. We have a winner of Carol Trapp. Woo, Carol. Our second artist, Jennifer Lipman Bruno. We have Emily Krause. Woo, Emily. Valerie Hector. We have Anne Grotz. Congratulations. Danielle Marzada, Eloise Silverman. Tracy Blake, Vela Moda, Danielle de Conge. Ellen Cohen Design, Christina Soto. Yudit Haas, Edith Batchelor. And for Kathleen, we just heard from, we have Annie Hall. So congratulations to all the winners. You're going to get a follow-up. And we really encourage you to come to our next program at 3 p.m. here with New York City Jewelry Week. We have 8 more fantastic artists, and we can't wait to see you. Thank you, Alex, so much for having us. Thank you to all the artists for being here. I can't hear you.
I'm muted. Gotta do it at least once in Jewelry Week. Thank you so much. You're such a great host. It's always such a pleasure to have you here moderating things. And thank you so much to all those fantastic creators and artists. It's always just so great to see. Like, I love these kinds of things. I love the art party that you do. I love to see like a round robin of a ton of folks' work, so I can just like intake all of this magical jewelry on a Friday morning. And like NPR said, they're going to be back here at 3 o'clock for a whole new set. So stay tuned for that, folks. And right now we are going to kick straight into our next program. Thanks, folks. Okay. All right. We are heading into program 2 of day 5. I said that correctly. There's a lot of stuff going on. So it is my pleasure to introduce the Flourish Jewellery Project. This is a very exciting panel. The Flourish Jewellery Project is a socially engaged craft research led by Scottish jewellery teaching artists Lisa Arnott and Jessica Howarth. This participatory craft research project aims to empower women through the act of making jewelry. And I am going to introduce Lisa and Jessica right now. Welcome to New York City Jewelry Week.
Hi, everyone. Hi, New York.
Hi. Welcome. And I'm going to bring up the rest of your fantastic panel for today. And then we can get it going. All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to hand things over to you. Welcome to Jewelry Week.
Hi. I'm just going to get the slides to do what they're meant to do. All going well. So just give me a few moments. Oh. Can everybody see them?
Nope.
Oh, can anybody see them?
You need to share them for us through StreamYard. Here, I can pull it up for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
So, welcome to the Flourish Jewellery Project. There's a range of us here that are all going to talk, but I'm going to introduce you to Maria Hansen, who's going to chair our talk for us. Yes, Maria should speak. Yes, Maria, you should talk. Maria, can you hear us? Oh, there doesn't seem to be any sound, Alex, from the other. So if everybody could check they've unmuted themselves.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear Katrina.
Right, okay.
Kate, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Can Maria hear us?
Maria?
I don't know if she can hear us. She doesn't look like she can hear us.
I'm going to drop her out. And Maria, if you can hear us, just come straight back in because I think we're having some trouble. Oh, I feel like she can hear me. She's smiling, though. Can you hear us, Maria?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yay!
Okay, lift off.
And can everybody see the slides? Yeah. Maria, can you see the slides? Can Maria see the slides?
Maria, if you're watching on YouTube, can you close it and watch it on the StreamYard, because there's a delay on the YouTube, which I think is maybe what's happening right now.
Modern technology is best.
I know, right? We do what we can. There's too many things going on. Yeah. It's always a fun time.
So for the rest of the world, if there's the rest of the world, Maria's in Sheffield.
We're in Edinburgh.
We're in Edinburgh, in a part of Edinburgh called Leith. Kate is in North Edinburgh, and Katrina's in South Edinburgh. And Maria can't see the slides or people.
And I've got Pamela, who's one of the women who comes to the course as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Brilliant.
Pam,
lovely
sorry.
to see you, Pam.
Pam, she's called Pam. I call her Pamela, but it's Pam.
And Maria can't hear or see anybody.
Oh no. All right,
And
Maria, if you want to drop off and come back in, I think that's going to be the best. I'm just going to kick her out here. Sorry.
Okay.
I think that's going to be the best way to restart. Sorry, folks, bit of a false start here, but we can totally have a do-over.
That's okay. It wouldn't be a presentation if there wasn't some kind of technical hitch along the way.
It wouldn't be a virtual, yeah, it wouldn't be a virtual thing. Okay, let's see. Maria.
This is a first for us. So
Maria, can you hear us?
I don't think she can.
Oh no.
Will I phone her?
Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry, folks. Having a little bit of technical difficulties here, but we will get things sorted and we will be right back for you. I'm just going to pop this up while we sort this out.
Oh, New York City Jewelry Week.
Okay, let's try this again. Maria, can you hear us? I want to say maybe take your headphones out is possibly a solution to this. Wait, all right, folks, we might just have to kick things on, and I'm going to see if I can work this out with Maria in the background. Lisa and Co, do you want to take it away?
Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Yay! Headphones. Okay, cool. We've solved it. We're here. Let's do a little reset. And let's do a do-over. Okay, folks, welcome to the Flourish Jewellery Project. We have some wonderful speakers here today, and we are going to kick things off. I'm going to remove this thing that says technical difficulties, and welcome these fabulous folks to the stage for a second program of Day 5. Welcome, everyone, now with sound and video. Hooray! Woo. All right, I'm going to hand over to you guys, but I'll be right here if we run into anything else.
Maria, over to you. I think we're still having technical difficulties. Okay. So,
Yeah,
okay,
I think we
yes.
can go.
We're just,
Yeah.
So we had asked Maria. Maria is a reader at Sheffield Hallam University, and she was going to introduce and chair all this, but with these technical difficulties, we're just going to start off with Kate Wimpress, who is the Director of North Edinburgh Arts and one of the projects in the Flourish Jewellery Project. And she's going to give us a little bit of a background into a bit about the area that she works in and why we all kind of came together. So Kate, over to you.
Thanks very much, Lisa and Jess, and I'm really sorry that we're having so many technical difficulties. Maria has prepared long and hard for this event, and it's such a shame she can't be in the room with us, but I hope everybody will kind of work with us. So yeah, as Lisa said, I want to take maybe on a bit of a journey outside the jewellery world, but I hope it really gives the kind of rich context for where this project sits and why this project is so important. And I'm really delighted to be here as part of this Flourish panel. So I've got some slides going up, which I hope you can see. And I want to start off by making it very clear that I'm neither a jeweler nor a crafter, but I do want to talk from the heart about North Edinburgh Arts and our experience across the last 18 months in the hope that it can act as a stimulus for the important discussions today, looking at the real power of jewellery, the real power of creativity more generally, and crucially, I think, who has access to that creativity. So to start off, you'll see a picture of the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation map of Edinburgh, and it's using 2020 data. And the city is often described as a reverse donut, in that in contrast to many other European cities, areas of poverty are found in a ring around a very wealthy centre in economic, social and cultural terms. And the community where North Edinburgh Arts is situated is just to the top left. It's the most deprived area in the city and indeed one of the most deprived locations in Scotland, particularly in our capital city. Wealth masks areas of poverty, and poverty, of course, multiplied in myriad ways by the impacts of COVID-19. So Muirhouse, where I'm sitting now, where our centre is situated, and its neighbouring Pilton, are typical post-World War II estates, schemes as they're known in Scotland, built in the 1950s to house the slum clearances from the Royal Mile, with the press stating at the time that the projects may be the envy of Scotland. But of course, with hindsight, we know now that that's not the case. It's accepted that the buildings were substandard, with issues arising from low quality materials, poor design, poor amenity planning, and all contributing to the difficulties for the community from the outset. Difficulties that are imposed upon, not springing from the families that were moved to Muirhouse and housed within these buildings. So North Edinburgh Arts is cited within this confluence of historically poor short-term planning, exacerbated by a decline in industry and employment across the area since the 1970s. Now, there's many green shoots of redevelopment visible on the horizon, but it's clear that the existing inequalities have been writ large by the all-encompassing but uniquely individual pandemic experience. One could question, and I often do question this, what is the point of an arts centre operating in the least resourced community in the city? So now I want to refer to our city neighbour, Gemma Neville. She wrote a book called Constitution Street, and the themes contained within it have stayed with me across the last 18 months. Gemma is a Scottish writer. She's the CEO of Creative Lives, and that organisation works to champion community and volunteer-led creative activity. So Constitution Street was one of my last BC before COVID reads, and the themes linger still, linking as they do the hyperlocal community into city, national and global constitutional frameworks. And the book contains many threads that bind personally, professionally and politically. Reading the chapter, The Right to Housing, I was really struck by the thoughts of political theorist Hannah Arendt. Arendt believed, and Neville concurs, that belonging to a community and being visible in everyday civic space had a direct correlation, not only to the personal well-being, but to the ability to promote and protect the rights of others. And this really chimed with me and made me think of the importance of North Edinburgh Arts Cafe and Garden. And the cafe before the pandemic truly was a melting pot of folk and talk and chance meetings and offers of help. People being visible and making connections in a place of comfort. And to my mind, that completely is in tune with the Flourish Project and why it is so important. And I also think the North Edinburgh Arts Building could have been said, or could be said, to be a kind place. Kindness, I think, can be thought of as an underrated virtue and sound a little bit wishy-washy, but it was found right at the centre of the Scottish Government's National Performance Framework. And I often revisit and refer to a Carnegie UK Trust report called Kinder Communities, which was published here way back in the before times in 2018, funded by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. I think this report became more relevant in the midst of the lockdowns, with the report concluding, everyday help is often mundane and practical and frequently goes unnoticed, but it can have important emotional consequences. So I think this theoretically underpins what I think was happening in our cafe, in our garden, and in our building. We were creating opportunities for engagement and civility. And then, of course, the pandemic knocked us all sideways. At North Edinburgh Arts, our very reason to be, the gathering of many into one space, was forbidden. And we had to find ways to disperse that engagement, civility, and opportunity, and to keep connected, with those connections and that kindness really taking on genuinely life-saving importance as a way of mitigating some of the ravages of this massive collective shock. I know it's fair to say that times were difficult for everyone, no matter where in the globe you happen to be. Having to stay away from friends and families wasn't easy, but the impact of the lockdown was without doubt heaviest on the least resourced, with no garden, no income, no food, no Wi-Fi, no network, and often no hope. So in direct response to this, North Edinburgh Arts was one of a dozen charity and community groups in the north of the city, joining forces to deliver tens of thousands of free, healthy meals, toiletries and cleaning supplies to vulnerable and individuals and families. And this was soon followed by creative projects and gardening packs, newsletters and materials to feed the soul as much as the body. So an admittedly raggedy group, and I don't think any of my colleagues would mind me describing us as such, we were all a bit wild-eyed with panic at the start, as I'm sure everybody was at the start of the pandemic. We quickly established a collaborative framework and worked towards delivering 15,000 packs each week, thanks to support from funders, donors, volunteers, members of the public, and many cultural partners across Edinburgh. A phone line was launched to handle requests for assistance, with local intelligence shared by partners able to make contact, assess need, and get the right resources to the right place quickly and with dignity. So our story, I think, has been replicated across the country and I think across the globe, with hundreds of hyper-local agencies adapting services, making connections, and averting crises. And these local networks weren't, and still aren't, uniform, replicable, or easily mapped, but their human scale was exactly what was needed at the time and proved to be incredibly effective. In the same way that we didn't face one national pandemic or one global pandemic, rather multiple local outbreaks, Often the best response sprung from multiple local networks, as messy and imperfect as that was. So I think, and what's relevant to today is that in our understandable rush to get back to the comfort of the usual, we can't let complacency creep back in. The before just wasn't good enough for very many. And I'm still hopeful, although that is diminishing a little, that we use this time of enforced change to really upset the "it was always done that way" mindset, to better make the hard choices that protect those at the edge. The small scale, the local, the personal, the connected, and the imperfect saw many through those immediate challenges and really need to be shored up and invested in now as we move into more hopeful times. So I think I've kind of taken you on a bit of a run around the houses and across the last year and a half for me to get to what I think is so important for today's discussion. To my mind, to really reap the very best from the return to, and I'm going to put this in inverted commas, normal, we need to hear from and keep hearing from a wide range of voices to assess and address the many complexities and competing agendas. For me, we really need to focus in on the small scale, the local, the personal, the connected, and the imperfect. Review how everyone and everything contributes to that everyday help that is often mundane and practical and often goes unnoticed, but is so important. And this is why the approach of Flourish is key. It starts to build an environment that engenders cultural wealth building, as well as operating with the principles of community wealth building. This delicate but essential body of work shows how to contribute to, rather than extract from, the cultural, social, and economic wealth of our city, particularly for those at the margins, and that is well worth celebrating. It shows how, with care and kindness, to make sure that everyone who wants has the material to take their part, that they have the space, the time, and crucially, the inspiration and connection. So living in a festival city, inspiration often comes to our doorstep. And with the scale of Edinburgh and our online sales, when it's working, connections can be readily made. It's the space and time that I think matters to me most and perhaps matters to this discussion. So to reiterate and to come to a close, to ensure creativity and community, it is imperative that we keep difficult conversations going, interrogate who gets the space and time and how they get it, regardless of the resources they hold, or more pointedly, don't hold. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Kate. That was a really great start to the session, and hello New York and those of us in the rest of the world. My name's Maria Hansen and I was meant to be kicking off the session and chairing the speakers. So I'm going to push on because I think we've lost a bit of time. I'd like to welcome our next speakers, Lisa Arnott and Jess Howarth. Lisa and Jess are both contemporary jewellery artists and are the initiators and workshop leaders of the Flourish Jewellery Project. I'm delighted and feel very proud to say that Lisa is one of my MFA Jewellery and Metalwork graduates from Sheffield Hallam University, as well as been an honours graduate from Edinburgh College of Art. She's exhibited her own work in Australia, Hong Kong and the UK, and is the founder of the Silver Hub Studio. Jess has a background in textiles and jewellery, studying textiles at Winchester College of Art, and then graduating from Duncan of Jordanston College of Art in Jewellery and Metalwork in 2011. Both artists hold postgraduate qualifications in community education and development and have a wealth of experience individually and together, working on many creative and participatory projects. The Flourish Jewellery Project, funded by Creative Scotland, has allowed them to work collaboratively and creatively with underrepresented and hard to reach communities in Edinburgh. Now, I know that some of the women who have participated with Jess and Lisa in the first stage of the Flourish Project are present in the audience today, and I'd like to give them a very warm welcome. Over to you, Lisa and Jess.
Guys, you're on mute.
There we go. Thank you very much, Maria, for that introduction, and it's brilliant you're back on.
So we can't see the slides. So we're gonna, there we go. So Alex, could you go to the next slide? Yeah, so this is Jess and I. We've been working together for about 6 years, independently as jewellers. I met Jess at our degree show. We've just both had a strong interest in community development and community arts.
And then I moved into Silver Hub Studios, and from there we've kind of established a really strong working relationship.
And through that, we've been, for the last 6 years, we've been doing a range of community-based jewellery workshops in a range of communities. Next slide, please.
So while in lockdown, we were speaking a lot together on the phone, and obviously discussing the kind of very bizarre world we were in, and we were also really aware of the impact that COVID was having on the vulnerable groups we'd worked in pre-COVID, and just generally really aware of how much of an impact this was having. And having worked with a lot of women's groups, and we were also very, very aware of the surge in domestic violence cases that were taking place, and the UN has called this the shadow pandemic that's followed the COVID pandemic. And really because of this, we felt that after we were all unlocked, that we would really love to be able to create a safe and creative space for some of the women in Edinburgh.
Next slide, please.
So, you know, referring just quickly back to that previous slide, we applied for a large grant from Creative Scotland to enable us to deliver a jewellery project for women recovering from trauma. And we're going to obviously talk about this further along, but this is just a brief kind of history of jewellery making in Edinburgh. So here we have Hamilton and Inches, which is an independent jewellery retail company that has been established since 1866, and it still is very much here today. It's got amazing jewellery workshops above it, and here in the right-hand side, it's the workshops that we recently visited as a project last week, which we're going to talk a little bit about down the line. And then there's also the Scottish Goldsmiths Trust, and they've been in Edinburgh since forming in the 15th century. And then here we have George Heriot on the left-hand side, who was a goldsmith to the King of Scotland and the Queen of Denmark. And with his wealth, he left a fortune to the city of Edinburgh, and from there a hospital was built for children living in poverty, and he wanted them to be able to access free education.
So there's a strong history of silversmith and jewellery making in Edinburgh. Next slide, please, Alex. We were really keen to work across the city. As Kate mentioned, Muirhouse is in the Scottish indications of multiple deprivation, so EH4 and EH8, which was Dumney Dykes. We'd both worked in those communities before, so we were locating our project and working with women who were associated with those areas. Next slide, please, Alex.
So here we have Dumney Dykes, which is just off the Royal Mile, and this community has always had a big history of making. So the Royal Mile's a mile-long street that connects one area of Edinburgh to the other, and at one point it was filled with lots of goldsmiths, shoemakers, glassworks. It had lots of foundries, so it had a kind of living, breathing community of artisans, designers, and makers.
But it doesn't have that anymore.
Yeah.
Next slide, please. And this is North Edinburgh. So again, historically, it had the history of industrial making, the United Wire works in Granton, where they distributed wire across the world, Modelvic Car Factory, which was one of the first car factories in the UK, and here in Leith, the ropery. So there was a real strong history of making, but unfortunately in the 80s we saw the demise of a lot of traditional making, industrial or small producers in both sides of those communities disappear, and we were really keen to bring that back to these communities. Next slide, please. So we created the Flourish Project. During COVID, Creative Scotland changed its approach to funding. So Jess and I, as independent artists, applied to the Creative Scotland Open Fund. And when we were putting in our application, we were looking at a range of different things that we wanted to make sure that, that there was no barriers for any of the women to attend. So childcare was incredibly important, ensuring there was travel costs covered and food, although we did start with healthy eating, but we've gone back to eating biscuits.
Lots of biscuits.
Yeah, lots of biscuits. The application also included materials. It included employing other artists and makers. So we've had photographers, web designers, graphic designers,
furniture makers,
and filmmakers involved in this project too. It wasn't just about employing Jess and I. It was really important that it was supporting other designers, makers, and those involved in the arts.
And it basically, we sought funding to enable 38 women to access outreach workshops, and then 12 women to access the permanent places on the project.
Next slide, please, Alex. So our aims were to develop people's self-confidence and their abilities, particularly those that had experienced barriers to design and making in the past.
We wanted to explore how making affected individuals' well-being, increase their confidence, and generally positively affected their outlook on life.
And we wanted to make sure that we were leaving a legacy for the projects in both of the two communities that we were working in. Next slide, please, Alex. We've had a range of, to enable this project to happen, there's been a range of collaborators and partners involved. We have had volunteers, so Alice, who's hopefully watching, and Tess have been really vital to ensuring that the sessions that we've ran have been really, their contribution has been really supportive and valuable, but it's also about us transferring our skills to another set of generation of makers.
So Alice is studying in her third year at Aberdeen Art College in jewellery, and Tess is undertaking a PhD in creativity and wellbeing.
We also invited Professor Sandra Wilson from DCA to come and do workshops with the women as well. And
then we have Shannon down in the left-hand corner, who's a wonderful photographer, and he's come in on a week-to-week basis recently just to document all the goings-on in the studio. Because we're working with a group of vulnerable women, there's an importance of protecting anonymity. So Shannon has done a really brilliant job of kind of capturing the group working together, but just through hands and all the making. And then we have been working with the jewelry industry recently. So we've been establishing some exciting new avenues that are going to take place later on this year. to ensure that the project can grow. We've also worked with Colin Parker Furniture,
Women's Aid, Sahelia, Grant and Grows Green,
who are all the kind of organisations and charities working with women. So it's a big network.
Yeah. Next slide, please, Alex. So this is some, as we were saying, when we first started the project, in between each of the lockdowns, we ran a series of outreach workshops. So we had 38 women coming along. So the moment they said we were unlocked. Guess we're nervous, eh? We were rushing out there, getting as many workshops done. We had women come to our studio here at Silver Hub as well. We had 38 women. They made bangles, earrings, neck pendants. None of them had ever made anything before.
And none of them had ever been in a, 34 out of the 38 had never been in a working artist studio or designer studio. So it was a completely new experience for them. And we felt it was really important to carry out the outreach workshops before just inviting the kind of permanent places, because this was to kind of build up trust and for the women to really have a sense of what it would be like to be in a professional studio with lots of tools, and to feel, comfortable enough for them to think about applying for the more permanent project.
And some women self-selected not to get involved in the permanent project, which we had 12 places for, because in terms of their recovery and their journey and their recovery, there maybe wasn't the right time for them just yet. And I think that really showed a level of strength within themselves as well. Next slide, Alex, please.
So we forgot to say briefly just in the previous slide that we had out of the 38, 16 applied, and then from there we had to, which was really, really difficult, but we had to then, take on 12. So everybody, put an application in, we had a chat, and from there we got everybody in on a weekly basis from April this year.
Yeah. So women have been in from April to December every week. We've got 2 groups of 6. One comes on a Wednesday and one comes on a Friday, 10 to 1. And we've been taking them through a whole range of technical skills, from sewing, filing, sanding,
texturing,
hammering.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah, lots of things. And one of the really interesting things is, for a lot of them who've maybe done lots of crafts before, but they didn't realise what was involved in making. So yeah. Next slide, please, Alex. There's been a range of different skills and abilities that people have been able to develop. For some of them, it's been about developing their craft skills and making skills, but also it's been about life skills, making friends, getting out the house.
Yeah, so it's been really amazing to see all the kind of outcomes emerging. And what's really lovely is that it's not just about the making; it's about a lot more as well, in terms of friendships being built, confidence levels rising. I think people's self-esteem hopefully increasing. And these are some of the feedback comments. So if we can just go to the next slide. So for a lot of these women, there's not much time outside of these sessions for themselves. So this is a really lovely comment that was made very recently. It's made me find myself. This is my time. It's not my daughter's or my family, it's mine. I'm shocked at who I was when I started coming as to where I am now. I'm usually nervous in groups, but now I'm part of a group with lots of different women from lots of different backgrounds, and I have a place here. So that's just one of them.
And this is a whole collection of comments. I mean, our one of our aims was to develop people's self-confidence, their abilities, and this is a range of I'm sure Pam, when we get down to Katrina and Pam there, she'll be able to share some of her experience too. But the fact that it's, you know, it's given them more confidence, they've seen change within themselves, it's given them hope for the future, that they're proud of their new skills and ability, that they're all working together in a group and they're helping each other, that they've started to have dreams about their future. And we would hope that that future involves the next stage of the project, and that they're coming into a space that we've been able to move making out of an elitist space into a space that's welcome for everybody.
And what's really lovely, I think, is that we've noticed is that the women are no longer, you know, just coming back to me and Lisa and asking questions. They're asking each other questions, and they're helping each other. And there's a lot more confidence in terms of just them cracking on with the making, which is brilliant.
Yeah. Next
so
slide.
Ownership's happening.
Yeah, complete ownership. So this is one of the part of the legacy is to leave a workshop in each of the communities. So the picture at the top there is me and Jess, because originally we were going to have it in the co-op in Muirhouse, which was is being used by North Edinburgh Arts, but that's being there's a lot of regeneration going on in the area, so that'll go into North Edinburgh at some point when their new build's finished. But these are the benches that we commissioned Colin Parker to design and make, and they're based on the 17th century apprentice benches. I mean, we're all apprentices, really, lifelong learning and all that. So the image on the far right is the bench that will go into each of the communities at the end of the project. And that's me putting it in the car.
But that was really important. We felt really strongly that after this project ends, that there's tools and equipment that all the women can access long after we've gone.
Yeah, and the women will get a set of tools when they finish the project as well. Next slide, Alex. So for us, the real power of making and the real power of jewellery is that a whole range of things. And we could talk forever if I wasn't so nervous, but anyway. So the real power of this jewellery project is that making has become an everyday reality and a right for the many and not just for a few.
We hope that this project has kind of dispelled some of the myths of making that it's only for a certain type of person, and that it can be for everybody, and everyone has the right to make.
And the stories that are coming out from the women at the end are real stories of empowerment, and making should be empowering for everybody, primarily the women that we're working for, but it acts as an inspiration for others should they want to make or find themselves in a tough spot, that making can actually be part of their process and part of their recovery. Next slide, please, Alex. So the Flourish Project is going to leave a whole range of legacies, but these are just a couple of the ones that we are going to focus on at the moment. The great thing about this project is creating new communities of design and craft learning. We're working with people that would traditionally never engage with jewellery design and making, or never had the opportunity in the past. So the Flourish Project has created and enabled that to happen.
Well, one of the legacies is that we're going to leave these benches and tools, and there's going to be 2 groups of fantastic makers that can then pass on the skills that they've learnt, and that's very exciting. And we hope, I think, it develops. And then the next really brilliant thing is that we've secured funding from an organisation which we'll announce soon, and that will enable 6 of the women from this year's Flourish to move forward to next year, so that they'll then receive a second year of training and making with us.
The Flourish Project is also going to become a community interest company, which then means we'll be able to apply for other funding so that we can hopefully have the Flourish programme run again.
And what's really brilliant is that this week the project had a meeting with Hamilton and Inches, which we spoke about earlier in the slides. And there is lots of exciting happenings happening. And they are going to sponsor our end of project exhibition in January. So lots of things are kind of bubbling away at the moment.
And the Scottish Goldsmiths here in Edinburgh are keen to work in partnership with the Flourish Community Interest Company. So that's quite exciting too.
So watch this space.
And our next slide. So yeah, so we're just going to end our little presentation here. This is just some images of a whole range of women working. It's definitely flourishing and it's definitely growing. And yeah, it's been a real delight to work with all the women.
It's been amazing. And if you want to follow the project, we've got an Instagram as well called the Flourish Jewellery Project. So, and there'll be more happening there. And if anyone's in Edinburgh on the 22nd of January, we're going to open the wonderful exhibition at Custom House in Leith. So you would all be very welcome to come see it. So I think that's it from us.
That's it from us. So back over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Lisa. Jess, that was so inspirational. And I just found myself nodding and smiling and just feeling like, you know, you're kind of really touching people and making a difference there. I'd just like to say to members of the audience, if you have any questions, please do put them into the comment bar, and hopefully we will still have a few minutes at the end to try and have a little bit of a discussion and to answer some of those. So I'd like to move on now to our final speaker today, Catriona Grant, a community social worker based in Edinburgh, where she's served her community for 25 years. Catriona's passions relate to the intersection between women, trauma, human rights, communities and critical theory, and how we can develop true trauma-responsive community work and services. She not only works with women and workers on their journey through trauma and recovery, but is also an independent consultant to student social workers, agencies, the courts and children's hearing in Scotland. She's helped fund 2 charities in Edinburgh, the Old Town Development Trust and Parental Advocacy and Rights, and she set up Woman's Zone in 2012, an organisation of women helping women. She's committed to lifelong learning and is currently studying for an MSc at Edinburgh University. Her research is exploring social workers' ethical frameworks when working with mothers who are survivors of domestic abuse. You may find some of the issues raised in Catriona's presentations kind of sensitive. So just please bear that in mind. But I think everything that she's going to say is hugely important and so relevant to what we do creatively within our lives. So Catriona, over to you. Thank you.
Okay, so next slide, please. So this is so I'm just going to do a very short presentation. I probably could speak for about hours and hours and hours about this, but really how the Flourish Project is part of trauma recovery and crafting. So it's about safety, stability, learning and remembrance, and connection to community. So next slide. So I'm not actually going to go into this a big lot, but Judith Herman, she's a psychologist who really was one of the first people to say actually women suffer from trauma. Before that, it was seen as veterans, it was seen as police officers, it was very masculine. And she was the first sort of like person who spoke out publicly and said, no, this is happening to women. But not only that, she says women particularly can recover from their traumas. And she's introduced a 3 stages trauma recovery of safety and stability, of connecting, and remembering and being part of things, and then being integration and moving on. So in the project I set up, Women's Zone, we have embraced that, but we've also turned it into our own steps of recovery. Like I think the women who come here and go to Flourish who would recognise. So if you can go to the next slide, you know, when we're looking at trauma, I'm not going to do a lecture on trauma, but the term trauma-informed, trauma-aware I think is getting overused. We're using it all the time. But for me, and we're really influenced by Bessel van der Kolk, where the body keeps the score, the traumas in our bodies. And part of the recovery is how we use our bodies. So it's not just the talking, it's not just the thinking, but actually the act of creating, of making. By the very nature, you're using your fingers, you're using your hands, you're using your eyes, you're using all the, like so many organs of your body to create something. And in part of Judith Herman's journey of recovery, and from Bessel van der Kolk explains about trauma, it's part of the recovery journey. So if we could go on to the next slide. So for us, well, something's happened here in my slide, but it doesn't matter. For us in Women's Zone, there was a messy circle there, but I don't know, it's got lost in ether, where we see safety, learning and remembrance, and also finally connection to community. But all these things all are happening at once. So at Women's Zone, everything we are doing is about trauma recovery. We're working with women who have had traumatic past, who've had things happen to them, and they want to connect to the community, back to the community, and be in a position of learning, and to be in a position of connecting, and actually connecting with Flourish, connecting the North Edinburgh Arts, allows us to do that together. And also, I think it's, you know, I'll share this, like me and Lisa have been connected together for over 30 years. That's how this project happened. So all these connections, we know Kate, we're all, Jess, we're all connected to one another, and through that we're able to create this journey of flourish, where we're flourishing, the women are flourishing. The next slide, please. So there is actually a theory behind this. We've not just made this up. I know this, I think some of the women have used the word therapy. This isn't art therapy, this is making and crafting. But actually there is a theoretical framework behind it. And if there's any Hungarians listening to this, please forgive me. I'm not really sure how to pronounce this guy's name. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. He was a psychologist from the 70s and 80s, and he did lots of research about flow and actually how people could recover. They didn't use those words back then, but actually what the research showed, that when we did flow, and flow was found in not just things like that we might recognize, like meditation, yoga and Tai Chi, but it was also found in repetitive hand movements and the art of crafting and making. And in doing that, that's how people actually recovered from trauma. So things like yoga and Tai Chi make sense, but actually as much as the idea of you've got to plan your work, you've got to make the work, you've got to get all your materials together, and then when you're getting into that process, flow happens, and when flow happens, healing happens. So, you know, this isn't just some nice women getting together thinking this is a good thing to do. We are actually this is therapeutic, but it's not art therapy. It's crafting and recovery and making and learning. Next slide. And actually, one of the women said, without me, I just get into the flow. She recognised flow. So flow was happening. You know, Mihaly discovered this in the 1970s. People probably discovered it thousands of years before he did. But the flow, one of the women, I'm remembering my daughter. She died in November. My collection is chrysanthemums, the flower of November. Judith Herman would say part of recovery is remembrance and mourning. So she's bringing in mourning and remembrance of her child that had died into the jewellery that she is making. And another woman says, it's the only time I slow down. In her very busy week, her frantic, hectic week, she slows down. The flow finds her in the flourishing group. Next slide, please. Next slide. Is that the last of the slides? Okay. And, you know, I think there was another slide there where again is in the ether of progress. Practice makes progress. I'm trying not to be a perfectionist. I'm learning things I didn't know. And another thing what the women told me is when I asked them, why do you like it? They're going, I didn't know people made jewellery. I just thought you bought jewellery. They didn't know there was any such things as silversmiths or silver jewellery. So they've discovered something, they've uncovered something that they didn't know before, and they've been invited in and felt invited. So as part of this, I would see this isn't just trauma aware or trauma informed. This is trauma responsive. This is the women coming in and they're as part of the recovery. And actually, you know, this could be a project that could grow and grow. And also, not only that, it's quality work. They're invested in. They're being invested in, and I think that is part of feeling valued, real value. And so I would just like to thank Lisa and Jess for being so imaginative and giving this gift to the women. And I've loved being part of this project. So thank you very much. I'll just leave it like that.
Thanks, Catriona. That was just so, you spoke with such passion there, and I think everyone was taken along with you. All of you, thank you so much. Kate, I'm sorry I missed the start of your presentation, but I was aware of what you were covering. So, you know, a really, really great kind of mix of different viewpoints that you've all put forward that's all connected to this Flourish project. And what a great title for a project, because you've been able to really describe the why this is so important, you know, through that use of the word flourish, and the people that are part of this journey been able to hopefully flourish because of it. I've had a quick look at the comment. There's some comments there. I'm here from Alice, love this project. Nicholas saying it's heartwarming hearing about your community of support and very inspirational. We've not got any specific questions that have come in, but what strikes me, having listened to what you've all got to say, is how important collaboration is for something like this. And I'm really interested to know how your network, the four of you have come together to kind of collaborate on this project, because you're from these different disciplinary backgrounds.
Shall I start? We've all kind of worked together indirectly over the last maybe 20 years on a range of different little projects that have always been about empowering communities through making. And Jess and I obviously have been collaborating quite closely over the last 6 years. And just during COVID, it just felt like the right time to try and bring all our little, almost like all our little experiments that we had done, small bits of research, and bring it together in a big project that we could actually kind of show the power of making in jewellery. There aren't a lot of research projects that are around jewellery and making, so we felt we were going to be doing something quite unique. And also it just felt it was really important to kind of ensure that those that weren't traditionally getting involved in making were having the chance to do that, and that we didn't want making to be seen as just an elitist middle class opportunity for those that can afford to do it. So it felt like a really good time to raise that question about who accesses jewellery and who doesn't in terms of designing and making.
And I think it's been really amazing to work as kind of across lots of different types of organisations as well. So collaborating with, I think Kat, I think you're mute. But just in terms of, you know, as artists, but not just solely being in the studio as artists, we're working with social workers and support workers to enable participants to feel safe in the space as well.
And most importantly, we're collaborating with the women that are involved in the project too. So without them, there is no Flourish Project. Isn't that right, Pam? So yeah, collaboration has been really important. Also, we're collaborating with communities. We've built up that relationship over a long period of time. We're not two artists that have just kind of gone, oh, we've got an idea, let's jump into that community and start doing jewellery workshops. We've been building this up over several years. And obviously COVID actually helped in some bizarre way to bring that together.
I just wonder, Lisa, whether I'm not sure I completely realised the woman that's with Kat. Is that Pam? Has she been one of the participants, the collaborators with you?
Yes. Pam, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wonder, is Pam, would she like to be able to say something about her experience working on the Flourish Project?
I don't know. There seems to be a sound issue, so.
Okay, not to worry. I think thanks for that response. I mean, maybe bring Kate in a moment, because towards the end of your presentation, Kate, you talked about the cafe and about the visibility of that and how it allows people to make connections and that those kindnesses come through. And I think that's what's come out in all of the presentations, actually, this really, this sense of building community, and that the small things are also really important, and everybody feeling like they can be part of that kind of network and sharing.
Yeah, I think that's clear, Maria. COVID really changed, I think, the dynamic, and it just became incredibly important to be able to connect, to be seen and to see, because, it's quite important on other people, if you can see them and make connections and understand the commonalities we have. And I think that's one of the incredible things about the Flourish Project, is that it's made people be seen and to really grow into a kind of a public and important space.
Yeah, and I think from things that I've been doing over the COVID period and kind of trying to connect and work online, which is possible, and we have this great technology. But in fact, we're all quite privileged in a sense because of the opportunities that we've had in our lives, and the real power of making. But I think it's also about the real power of the real world that is also really important, and something that actually we kind of need to fight for. We probably need to fight for it for ourselves, but we also need to really fight for it for those communities that actually don't have the privileges that we have.
And I think it's also really important that we ensure that making returns to the communities that we were talking about earlier, that making is seen as an integral part of those communities, not just a city centre activity, but there's workshops in Muirhouse, in Dumney Dykes, that people have access to. And I think the Flourish Project is certainly setting up a model for that. And that's got to grow and flourish in time as well. That's not just going to happen as just the result of this project. That needs nurtured and supported also, and as do those makers that are coming through the Flourish Project. And our second phase, the GLOW program, will enable the women, some of the women, to develop their skills further. And therefore, then we hope one day that, you know, it would be great if we had Flourish, and there's Katrina's back, women from the Flourish Jewellery Project moving towards further and higher education, that we're able to support more members from the BME communities, and that we start to see a real diverse range of makers in our further and higher education institutes, as well as within our communities and within jewellery weeks that happen across the globe.
Just to say, there's been a couple of new comments that have come in. Your passion is moving and your synergy is exciting. And from Nicholas, COVID and world politics have turned our world upside down. You're all giving us hope for a happy tomorrow.
Thank you.
So I think that is that's really lovely. It looks like we're having some technical difficulties and we are getting close to our time. So I think we need to wrap up. Lisa, Jess, you are truly inspirational. I think people matter, and the way that we can make people feel like they matter is for people like you to be doing the kinds of projects that you're doing. I think it's also absolutely important that it is about collaboration. It is about working with people who are experts in other kinds of fields as well. So the support that you're getting from Kat and from Kate, thank you. Apologies, Kate. You know, is really, really key. But passion is really the important ingredient here, and I'm sure an awful lot of hard work. But I really, really can't wait for the exhibition of jewellery that all of the participants of the Flourish project have made and will make between now and January. So please send me that invite. I shall definitely come if I can make it. And really look forward to the next stage of the Flourish project and the GLOW project. So from everyone in the audience, a huge thanks to all the speakers and a big virtual round of applause to you all. So thank you all very much.
Everybody. And thanks very much to Alex for helping us out with all those technical hiccups along the way. It's been a bit of a learning curve.
We got there in the end, folks.
Yeah,
and,
the power of making. Let's have it every time.
The power of technology. We'll all get there in the end. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you so much for being here and bringing.
I'm not quite sure what happens now, but just to thank everyone who came, and we hope that you take something and share the work of the Flourish project with the people you meet. Okay, folks. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you to all of our speakers, and thank you for such an important program and for bringing it to New York City Jewelry Week. Just an amazing project here, and I can't wait to see where Flourish goes from here. It's really exciting to have been able to present this here. I'm also super excited about that bench they commissioned, so I'm going to figure that out and maybe share more about that, because that feels like an amazing resource that could be deployed everywhere. And I was like peeking into my screen trying to see if I could, see more about this amazing flat packed bench. So I think, just the kind of ingenuity and creativity of the project, not just in the people that it serves, but in the way that they're kind of expanding into their community to create ongoing resources. So thank you so much, Lisa and Jessica, for your amazing work. Thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you to our audience for bearing with these technical difficulties. We made it through 5 days without any, but there's always got to be one. So thanks, guys, for keeping things bright.
I'm going to introduce our next program now. We are heading into our third program of the day. This is actually a pre-recorded conversation, so there will be no Q&A. This is Democratizing Ethically Mined Gold. So there's a new supplier in town that hopes to disrupt the status quo from the top down. Meet Single Mine Origin, also known as SMO. SMO Gold is a new gold mining standard which operates beyond World Gold Council standards. The gold is responsibly sourced and fully traceable. It has a fully audited chain of custody and is unique because it keeps fully segregated through refining and manufacturing. Each piece comes with a QR code, allowing the jeweler and end consumer to see who mined their gold, where in the world it was mined from, and the positive environment and social impact associated. This is a conversation moderated by Amy Elliot, who is a contributing editor at JCK, and she'll be talking with Charlie Betts of SMO and Jody Wainright, who is the director of Boodles, a venerable luxury jeweler in the UK. I hope you all enjoy this program today.
For joining us here at New York City Jewelry Week 2021. The theme of this year's Jewelry Week, as many of you might already know, is the power of jewelry. Within that theme, for us at Jewelry Week and for our audience, is the impact jewelry has on the environment and our community. So with that, I'm very proud to present today's conversation. I won't reveal anything more about it. I will pass it instead to Amy Elliot, who is our host today. Amy is a contributing editor at one of the leading publications in the jewelry industry, actually the leading, JCK, and is also the author of the blog All That Glitters. So Amy, I pass it to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, JB, and to the New York City Jewelry Week team. It's a pleasure to be here, and it is a great honor to have the opportunity to speak with these two gentlemen. I am here with Charlie Betts, Managing Director of SMO, and Jody Wainright, the Director of Boodles. And to start, I thought I would let these gentlemen tell you about a little bit about their company and what they do there for context before we get into this conversation, which it has to do with the topic of gold. So I'm going to let you start, Charlie, please.
Okay, sure, Amy. Well, I'm managing director of the Betts Group, which is probably the oldest refiner of precious metals in the UK, and we're also manufacturers of products for the jewelry industry. And as you introduced me, I'm also managing director of Single Mine Origin, which is a project we set up as a joint venture between the Betts Group and Hummingbird Resources, which is specifically looking at how gold can be sourced more responsibly and trying to drive engagement with sourcing and awareness of provenance across the jewelry industry. And I can go into a bit of a history of how that came about and why, but that's probably it for an intro, maybe.
Yeah, let's hear from Jody, and then I will, back us up to really tee up this conversation. So let's hear from Jody.
Thank you. Well, yes, I'm also in a family business, same as Charlie. Jody Wainwright's my name. I'm a director of Boodles. We've been a family business for 6 generations. I'm 6th. I think Charlie's business, disappointingly, might be slightly older. His brother gives me a bit of a ribbing about that, but we've been going for 223 years, so it's a good effort. And we have 9 shops, soon to be 10, predominantly in the United Kingdom, 1 in Ireland, yet to move to the United States, although I've spent plenty of time looking there. So we design in-house and we manufacture in-house. So the operation, we're retailers, but we have an in-house operation from start to finish, which will lead on to the gold, why that's particularly important to us. But that's a snapshot of the business.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for that context. So I want to back us up for our audience who basically may not really understand what we're about to talk about. And I did say that the topic is gold, but Single Mine Origin is a newcomer to the precious metals space. And You know, when you start a business, you sort of identify a problem or a deficit in the marketplace. And so I think that that is perhaps part of why you delved into this. And to put it into layman's terms, jewelry collectors' terms, you know, do we all need to feel bad about the gold that we're currently wearing? Like, what is the problem with the commercial gold market right now?
Shall I take that one initially?
Yes, please.
No, I don't think you need to feel bad about the gold you're wearing right now, but I do think, you know, the world is changing, and I think consumers are becoming smarter and much more engaged with the provenance of the products they're buying. And you know, jewelry is such an emotional purchase. I think consumers increasingly really want confidence that the people they're buying the jewelry off are actually thinking about their supply chains and making sure they're operating to best practice. And I think if you can have a piece of jewelry where you have real confidence that that jewelry is having a positive impact on the host community where that gold or the gemstones involved were originally sourced, I think that's incredibly important. And I think it probably adds to the enjoyment of the piece of jewelry ultimately.
And what about you, Charlie? I mean, I'm sorry, Jody. I mean, what is the consumer appetite for sustainably sourced gold? I mean, is that a problem that you have also observed as well?
I think, Amy, people are asking more questions, aren't they? And so for us to be avoiding answering questions, you know, it's not quite right. What I would say is at Boodles, it's about authenticity for us. And I mean, not just that we get our gold from an authentic source, which we have done, and we've always been interested in where our gold has been, well, I say sourced, it's been impossible to know until now, but how it's been handled and what the traceability and chain of custody is. But I think also, if we're going to do it, more importantly for me, if we're going to make a change of our gold supply, what we go into has to be authentic. And there are a number of, well, I'll answer your question in a moment, but a precursor to that is to say that we don't want to avoid Africa because there may be problems relating to the gold mining industry. And there are artisanal mining, people being abused, taken advantage of, children. I mean, we have a charitable venture in Sierra Leone which handles children or looks to help children and women affected by diamond mining in that part of the world. So what we always look to do is something that actually we're quite keen to have people ask more questions than just the first 2 or 3 when you're trying to give a plausible answer about gold. So it's in Africa, that's important to us, as opposed to being somewhere in the West, which avoids the possibility of conflict. We'd rather roll our sleeves up, put the money into that part of the world where it comes from, but at the same time, to do it well and do it properly. And we'll come on to why Charlie Betts's stream of gold supply is important to us. But customers, you asked a question about what are we being asked? I think our customers and our average selling price is £10,000 on the way to $15,000 per piece. We sell items, to give you a bit of context about our customers, we might sell 6,000 pieces a year. Our customer is probably a British or American or otherwise customer who is in that top 1 or 2%. That's not by choice. We'd love to be all things to all people, but we have to focus. So it's high end. What does a high end customer ask? Surprisingly little. So this hasn't come from a place of pressure. I think they assume often that we're doing the right thing. So for us to supply gold or include diamonds that are from a particular source isn't a prerequisite. Or isn't critical. It's just it's more of a prerequisite. They assume that we're doing the best. Everything Charlie said a minute ago, they're assuming we're doing all of that. So there's not that many questions. We do have questions being asked. What is your gold supply? Where are your diamonds from? And we can give good answers on both of those by and large. Certainly with our gold, 100% we can say now. But I think it's more the second point. Still, the jewelry has to be beautiful. The design has to be there. We have to attract customers with what we're doing. And then how we do it is something that either keeps the sale with many customers because they're happy with our supply or not. So it's a secondary it's a primary issue, but it's secondary, if you like.
Can I just, to add to that, I would say, I'd agree with Jody that the real drive for producing this option, this product, hasn't been a sort of real clamour from consumers, although that is certainly increasing and coming, I think, with the new generation. But I think, to my mind, the way the jewellery market and many other markets are going, companies have to engage in far more detail with looking inward about how they're operating and how they're sourcing. And my view is doing the right thing and doing the profitable thing are going to become increasingly aligned. And actually, I think it's sort of commercially savvy to look at these things, as well as being the right thing to do from an ethical standpoint.
I think the consumer is aware of, problems or, imperfections with the diamond trade, but the gold problems are less known. So, I mean, we don't want to make people depressed or anything, but is the problem with the gold supply chain one that has to do with environmental concerns, or is it more all-encompassing, ethical, work, fair wages? Like, what is the problem that we're trying to solve?
I think there are multiple problems across a whole range of areas that we look at. So yes, environmental problems. An unregulated mine can do very significant environmental damage, and within the artisanal sector, an unregulated artisanal source could be using mercury going straight into the environment, which is horrendous. You've got potential human rights abuses, inequality in terms of wages and employment policies, corporate malpractice. The list goes on and on. There are an awful lot of risks, and the problem, to my mind, is 99% of the time, gold is going to be sourced from a perfectly okay source, but that almost all the gold currently in the jewelry industry, people can't answer that question, because gold is mixed together at the refining stage from a whole host of different sources. Nobody can actually say, until, in my opinion, until now, really, with a couple of other niche products, this is where this gold came from, and I can scrutinize that source, and I can answer the questions that might be raised about that source. And we're not saying everything's perfect. There's a challenge to constantly raise the bar in terms of international best practice within the mining sector. And, the demands we as SMO intend to make of the mining community, mining sources we're using, will progressively get tougher. But I think it's important to engage with it and say, this is where we're starting. This is this is what represents a responsible source now, and let's drive that change to improve it as time goes on. But most people can't even answer the first question, which is where did that gold come from?
This is true, and I do speak with a lot of studio designers, independent, small, one woman or one person shows, and a lot of times, their effort towards solving the problem is to work with recycled gold. And, as in they have a supplier in their jewelry center, and that person is, obtaining, scrap essentially from a junk pile and, refining it for use anew. But there are problems, as you mentioned, there's problems with that system because you just don't know. There's no protocol, there's no paper trail. It's just kind of like, this is my word, it's recycled product. But I imagine that's a very cost-effective way for some of these smaller designers to obtain their materials. I'm wondering kind of for any suppliers or designers in the audience, how is your product relevant to their particular needs as designers? And in terms of accessibility, I guess we're talking about accessibility.
Yeah, look, to the recycle point, look, I don't want to sort of detract from recycle. I think it's a really important part of the market. It is, sustainable almost by definition, but there are, as you slightly alluded to there are some issues around recycled. It's not really regulated. It's a bit of an easy get out clause, I think, for jewelers to say, we're using recycled and kind of wash our hands of the other issues surrounding gold sourcing and mining. Whereas, Jody alluded to earlier, actually saying this gold is going to be mined. Let's engage with those sources and try and make sure that's done in a way that helps communities and in environments where it happens. But look, recycling is super important. What you can't do with recycling is make a sort of confident claim about the original source of that metal. It would be quite easy to recycle, by which, remelting, as you know, gold is endlessly remelted and reused throughout the jewelry industry. Pretty easy to if you wanted to be unscrupulous in that area, remelt metal, it's recycled, and I'm not sure who that's helping. In terms of accessibility, I think, that is one of our primary drivers with SMO. We're leveraging listed corporate gold mines. They have an enormous amount of gold available, in terms of the supply. It's very consistent and very available. And because we're leveraging the balance sheets of very big companies, that means that we can really drive cost out of that supply chain. So even though we're segregating the gold through refining, we're doing that in 1,000-ounce batches, which means the premium we're having to pay is tiny. And we, as a manufacturer serving the jewelry trade, we can absorb that. So we're not, for single mine origin wedding rings or sheet or wire or alloyed grains to the jewelry trade, we're not charging any premium for that because we can absorb that within our own operating system. So certainly, UK jewelers, it's immediately accessible, and we are, servicing several notable sort of people overseas as well. And we're also opening SMO out to chain manufacturers, casters. So the idea is to make it very easy for jewelers to adopt this if they want to.
Jody, when your bench jewelers are using the product, I mean, how are they obtaining it, and how is it to work with? And would you agree that the price point is sort of fair market?
Yeah, all of the above. Easy and yes. So easy as far as the bets metals are. Charlie and his setup are organized and switched on. So, there's definitely ease of getting the gold supply. Then the accountability for making sure that the gold is what comes back. We have everything hallmarked SMO, or increasingly, I should say, just started to hallmark with SMO. So here in the UK, there's the assay office, which is vouchers for what quality, what carat weight, or whether it's platinum. And on top of that, we have the SMO punch that goes on there. But getting it to the workshops, fine. Having the workshops register the gram weight so we can trace it all back to the supplier as it comes through. And Charlie and his team also do that. So as far as the SMO at stamping goes at the assay office, they're registering the volume, if you like, of gold that goes through SMO to Boodles and logging that against what they supply with us, so that there's a sort of complete chain of custody, if you like, or authenticity to it. Can I add one other thing, which maybe not the right time, but Charlie touched on it just a moment ago, the issue of recycled gold, and it doesn't get away with problems. Sadly, gold can be smuggled through in the guise of secondhand or grandfather gold. So illicit gold, if you like, can get through the net. Okay, that's an argument which I'm not going to fight one way or the other, although it's just common sense. What I go one step further and say is, whilst one big tick in the recycled gold is that it's sustainable, that we think is the case if it's not being pushed through illicitly, which might be a small minority anyway, but it's green. But then I look at the question, well, how green? Sometimes we are too green for the human race, and we can look at sustainable being, it's very current, isn't it, with COP26 at the moment. We do almost anything we can to be green and environmentally friendly at the expense of our own brothers and sisters. And I take a view when I look at SMO gold that actually is supplying if it's done in a green, in as green a way as it can be, environmentally friendly way, replanting trees, filling the earth back in, not using mercury, all those things, well, then it's not that ungreen. We are extracting gold that we can't put back into the ground. So sure, there is that, but not really at very much detriment. But then the plus side of it is what is happening in the mine or the area of mining in Mali with SMO gold is hugely beneficial to the community, setting up families with businesses, hospitals, not just for those that work there, but the families of those that work there, and almost to the, bringing health networks in and health, support to communities non-related to the miners. So, there's businesses being set up, not related, but because there are miners with families that need also to have work. So I think you've got to weigh up sometimes if it's done well in a sustainable or relatively sustainable way, other than you can't put the gold back in there, it is otherwise very green. That appeals to us, but it also helps human beings in a part of the world that really needs it. So I think it gets far more ticks in boxes that I'm really interested in, and not just for ticking a box that gets you out of the public eye for perhaps doing the wrong thing.
No, that's really, really helpful perspective. So I just keep thinking of my young designer friends, and who are scrambling to meet their to supply their retailers with holiday orders. I mean, it's just and supply in general is very tenuous right now. So like, I know that the younger American designers watching this are going to be extremely excited about this opportunity, but they're going to be concerned about getting their hands on the material, because right now they can just run downstairs to their supplier in the Diamond District in New York, and just start melting away and start fashioning the pieces in their workshops. So maybe not for this holiday season, but in general, what is your rollout plan for the American market? And are you looking to partner one-on-one with designers as you have with James from Kiri, or are you open to working with gold merchants? What is the plan for getting this out there and in the hands of designers who really need the material?
I would say both is the simple answer. So as you alluded to, we've already worked with Kiri, and it was, it's pretty straightforward. The world's not that big a place these days, and so we can supply directly into the US market. But no, we're looking to, I don't want to probably comment on the details. We are looking to partner with US and other European suppliers as well, to make that access as easy as we possibly can to non-British jewelry market.
And I mean, are we talking like early next year, or like what's the timeline?
Yeah, certainly next year. Probably not Q1, but yeah, 2022 would be the target on that. Great.
And then Jody, back to you. So as a retailer, how, and also for a designer that's working direct to consumer, and maybe you can just speak to how Boodles has messaged this, your adopting of this material. How have you messaged this to your customers, across the counter, on social media? Is there, brand, is there, is there collateral to put in the cases? How is the retailer amplifying this very sort of noble effort, what sounds like a noble effort, to consumers, so that they understand and want to support it?
So I think it's always a story, isn't it? People listen to stories, and stories come to life when you hear them from the horse's mouth. We had Charlie and his brother Dan, who heads up Hummingbird, which is the listed company that mines SMO gold. I mean, they've joined with Endeavour, and I'm sure Charlie would be happy to talk to you about that in a moment. But when we had the two brothers, I was actually at school with both of them, coincidentally. They came to share to our salespeople in London a while ago, what, you know, the detail of what goes on behind the scenes. What is SMO Gold? Why? How does it benefit people? Some photographs going up, and that has really envisioned our teams with the credibility, the authenticity. So it's one thing for me to tell our teams who deal with our customers that SMO is a single mine origin, mined in Mali, and they do this, that, and the other. But actually to see photos of dam bets at the mine with people that are doing the mining, videos. So we've incorporated, there's two things. One is, I'm sure they would do more training to let the salesperson who's dealing with the customer really know about it. I'm sure on their website they can get some of that. But what we have done is put a lot of that on our own social media platforms. So training, we've done little snippets of me talking about SMO Gold, which we've put to the public. All of our documentation now talks about SMO Gold. So on evaluation for any Boodles piece of jewelry, if it's in gold as opposed to platinum, it has SMO Gold, and that's quite front and center in the description. So in terms of valuations moving forward, as well as the receipt or the sales docket that it goes with, it's all listed as SMO Gold. We've talked about the hallmarking, putting the SMO punch on jewelry. I have to be honest, I'm not sure if we want too much on our jewelry because there's a hallmark slightly irrelevant. We know it's 18 karat gold, or we know it's platinum, and it's a very small part. Often the value of the gold or the platinum is a very small part of the overall piece. We're dealing in some quite large and valuable diamonds. So it's a given. But at the same time, everything we have documented now talks about SMO Gold. We're just filing our accounts lastly for 21, our financial year, which closed February 21. And there's a new sustainability page on there. And we're talking about SMO Gold along with some of the diamond credentials that we put on there. So we're very front and center about it. Our salespeople talk about it when they sell it. So I think it's kind of authentically in there amongst various stories, as well as hard and fast documented.
Is it resonating with your customers?
Yeah, it is, and I think again always the story. Why do I say that? Because it brings it to life. So if I am with a customer who's buying it, if I can say this is SMO Gold, next question is, oh, what's that? They've not heard of it. Single mine origin. It's gold which is supplied from one mine in Mali. That is an opener to a whole host of questions that customers in this day and age have got. And so, we don't want to brainwash people or bore people. No offense, Charlie. Not everybody wants to know the ins and outs. We know we're doing it. Many customers, though, to answer your question, Amy, many customers are interested. And as Charlie referenced a minute ago, the next generation of our customers, those in their 30s, or perhaps like Charlie and I in their 40s, they're becoming interested, but they will definitely be interested in it. And so it depends who we talk to as to how many questions we get, but all people are interested these days in what is it, particularly in a piece of jewelry that is going to be in their family forever. We talk about the last 9 inches of a diamond's life. Well, the last 9 inches of gold's life, at the end of the day, it's between us. And I'm sitting at one of our desks, which is about 9 inches between me and the customer. It ends its journey there. Diamonds, whenever that diamond was mined or whenever the gold was mined, it's moved a lot. It's been around the world. There's gold. It might have been smelted. It's moved here, there. It's been through the workshop, but it ends its journey in a family that buys it, which keeps it, and the family keeps it for generations. So I think increasingly the romance, the excitement behind this is good news. It should be good news if it's going to be in their family for forever and ever, which is what we're all about.
And Charlie, is your hope that the more partners that come on board, that they will message this, and will you be furnishing them with content to put on their platforms? Like, is that something that you're doing to support your partners?
Yeah, absolutely. We want people to reference it and talk about it. We'd like single mine origin to become somewhat of an industry standard for known provenance, responsibly sourced metal. So we're it's still fairly early days for us as a project. Boodles were very early adopters of it, you know, and all credit to them for taking that step. But yeah, we'll certainly be providing a lot of collateral, but it's also, you know, I suppose I haven't really gone into any detail about the mining partners and how that element of this works, but so we've partnered with Hummingbird Resources, Jan Falila mine in Mali, and also Endeavour's Ity mine in Cote d'Ivoire. You know, and Endeavour a top 10 global gold miner. And the reason, you know, we're using those two sources is because I think they both demonstrate international best practice in a whole host of areas. And we're not making that claim that they're a responsible source. We're using the fact that they're both signed up to the World Gold Council's responsible gold mining principles. They're both externally audited to those principles. And so, you know, there's very clear transparency both about what they're doing and the supply chain. But importantly, I think for the mining companies that we're working with, what they want is they want oxygen to, you know, that the jewelry industry can provide, highlighting where they are taking responsible choices in terms of their corporate social responsibility. They'd like people to talk about it. And I think within the mining industry, that's not always that easy. Whereas if jewelry brands start talking about the source of their gold and start highlighting some of the community projects going on around a really well-run mine, that's phenomenal for mining businesses. And so they're very happy to work with us and provide information, sales collateral, footage that jewelers can use, because it's a virtuous circle.
And so I was going to ask, so you mentioned there's a mine in Malawi, there's one in Cote d'Ivoire. Is it just those two, or where are the other mines, or is there plans for expansion?
No, so Mali is
Mali. I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's right. There's currently only two mines. There's Hummingbird's mine in Mali was the first one, and that's because, you know, as a family we set up Hummingbird. We listed it back in 2010, and my brother still runs it. So we have, you know, an amazingly privileged position of real transparency over the whole chain of custody, that whole supply chain. So we know how that mine's operated. We're very proud of how it's operated. And it was the logical first step and it's really how single mine origin came about, because Dan was running a mining business. You know, I'd been out there and seen the benefit it was having on those communities. And I was working in the jewelry trade on supplying jewelers and refining. And there was a gap in the jewelry trade for known provenance, responsibly sourced metal. And we could immediately see how to join up those dots. Now we have lots of other relationships within the mining world, and you know, we're lucky to have a relationship with Endeavour, who are, again, I think is a very progressive business, but they're an enormous business, and they have another 8 or 9 sites, you know, which we will look at and evaluate and hopefully bring some of those on board. So supply is not a problem for single mine origin. These mines are churning out, you know, over 100,000 ounces of gold each. I'd love to not have enough gold to supply our customers. We certainly don't have that problem yet. But I think we can find other mines that are conforming to those international best practice principles quite quickly. And really, it's not going to be difficult to get mining businesses to sign those mines up, because it's a great shop window for them to highlight some of the work they're doing.
Just from a business model question, are the mines independently owned and self-sufficient, or does Betts own the mines?
No, the mines, we're talking about very big corporate, publicly listed and specifically publicly listed. So single mine origin, you know, there's some other fantastic initiatives out on the market. You'll know about Fair Trade and Fair Mind. You know, they're charities, they're working with small scale artisanals, and they're working hard to improve what's a very difficult sector in the jewelry industry. So what we're focused on very squarely is corporate mining, where you're dealing with a big listed corporate body, because with that you have a considerable degree of transparency and accountability already in place. And so a corporate that is then prepared to actually focus their strategy around ESG and really go beyond what they absolutely have to do starts to become a very interesting source of gold, because you can have I think a far bigger impact than you can do at a small scale. You know, these are big projects employing hundreds, if not thousands of people, and impacting many thousands of people in the local communities where they work.
So you will sort of operate as a kind of middleman between the designer and the big minds, and the designer, you know, you're sort of one, you're like the larger version of, you know, your guy on 47th Street. Is that kind of the relationship, like that you're basically a source?
I'm not sure I'd describe it exactly like that, but so we, you know, as it started through the family. So it started with the Betts Group, you know, manufacturing products to sell to jewelry trade, and it started with Hummingbird Resources, the original mine. Like I said earlier in the conversation, we'd like this to be an industry standard. So I don't think this is something we're going to try and keep to ourselves. Okay. If mines can conform to either, you know, the responsible gold mining principles or an equivalent standard, and there are a couple of others with equivalency, fantastic. If other, you know, manufacturers supplying the trade, be it casters or chain manufacturers or other bullion dealers, if they're, you know, able to provide that segregation within their manufacturing processes, you know, we'd probably look for some kind of certification like Responsible Jewelry Council membership or similar. Absolutely, this can be expanded far beyond just us.
Got it. And then do you have like a list of criteria that a mine must meet in order to receive your seal of approval?
So we're squarely basing that around the World Gold Council's responsible.
Got it.
The responsible gold mining principles, but they are, you know, that's a document your listeners can have a look at that. It's pretty well thought out. You know, it's developed looking at the whole industry. It looks at corporate governance. It looks at employment practice, health and safety, community engagement, environmental. I think there's sort of 59 or so principles within there, and there's a process. Mines have to do a gap analysis. They have to be externally audited to a point, and then that's, you know, they'll be continually held to that standard, and that standard itself will develop. So, for example, you know, COP26 is all in our heads at the moment, and you know, those World Gold Council members have signed up to carbon neutrality by 2050, and I know that Endeavour has signed up to reduce its carbon footprint by 30% by 2030. So they're trying to be progressive, and they're trying to engage with these principles that I think modern consumers are increasingly engaging with.
Okay. And Jody, just a question for you. I mean, if SMO penetrates the market, and I mean, you know, let's say it trickles down to like the high street jeweler. I mean, does that dilute the value for you? I mean, is that, you know, as a luxury jeweler, you know, if we can get this product into the hands of a high street jeweler, you know, like in the States, we have Signet, we've got Kay's, Zales. I mean, would that be a problem for you?
No, it's not a problem. I mean, you know, we sell our brand on the back of our brand, and as I said a minute ago, it's a secondary point for us. And as a given, Boodles are going to be doing the right thing, but actually we really are doing the right thing. And so if other people do get into this, they will also be doing the right thing, and it's great. We're not building our business around it, but we are certainly wanting our jewelry to be built using it. So, you know, gold is gold is gold. It's the same, you know, it's the same thing. And I think if other people are using it, it's great. It's a bit of a nice thing about being in there first. It's nice to be exclusive, isn't it? But actually it would be completely hypocritical, I think, to be doing this and not wanting others to do it, because we're doing it for all the right reasons. So everybody should be doing it.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think we're close to wrapping up. Is there anything that I haven't asked that you want to address, Charlie? I want to make sure everyone really understands, you know, particularly the trade people, the jewelry trade who's watching this. I think they're going to be really excited about the opportunity. So is there anything I've missed as far as, you know, how do they get on board? How do they get the product?
No, I think you've covered it well. I mean, I think that the two key points about single mine origin are that it's of a known origin, as the name kind of suggests. You know, that chain of custody is robust. It can be externally scrutinized. You know, we have the likes of Bureau Veritas going into the LBMA refiner to ensure that that gold is not mixed with any other gold. And then that it's a responsible source. And again, we're not the judge of that. That's externally, you know, audited around the RGMPs. So I think, you know, that's the understanding of what SMO is. And, you know, if you look on the singlemineorigin.com website, you can see who the partners are, where it can be sourced. That's going to be probably quite quickly developing to have more and more options. And the other thing, the point I'd like to make is we went into this not wanting to sort of displace this. As the trade is becoming more and more engaged with sourcing and provenance and responsibility, you know, there are lots of other projects that have either been around for a while or are coming up. So we're not looking to displace a fair trade or a fair mine. In fact, I think I would hope that the work we do bolsters the work they do and gets even more engagement with that. What I'd like to displace is the big swathes of the jewelry market that aren't engaged at all with provenance. And I think people should be now. I think there's really quite straightforward ways of engaging with where's my metal coming from, and you know, it doesn't have to cost the world to take that choice. And I think the days of not thinking about that should be numbered, really.
Okay, great. And then when you do, are you planning a formal launch in the States with a press release and a partner, the way you have Boodles kind of first at the door here, or is it going to be more of a soft launch, casual, like, you know, my friend who's a jewelry designer could email you today?
I don't honestly have a straight answer for that. I think probably we're undecided. Our way, you know, with bets, we've historically always been very much about word of mouth and sort of let what we do the talking. But I won't rule it out. You know, that we'll try and do something with a few more whistles and bells at some point.
Well, great. I feel like I have the inside scoop, and everybody who watched this has the inside scoop. And I really appreciate both of you gentlemen joining me today and talking about this very hot topic. And I wish you a good day.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, that was a great rundown of things. I hope that you caught it all, but if you didn't, don't worry. It'll be up on the stream for another 24 hours, so get out those notepads and write down all of that amazing insight that was shared. Thank you to our double virtual guests who joined us from that pre-recorded conversation. We're about to head into a break, so we will be back here at 3 p.m., so stretch your legs, grab something to eat, and we will see you very soon. did we do this? Okay, folks, we are back and ready for our afternoon of programming here at Day 5, New York City Jewelry Week. We're back with another edition of Art Party Central Presents, and we have a whole host of amazing artists to share with you. I am not going to keep you too long because I'm going to hand over to our host for today, Carla Guddian. Welcome, Carla. Oh no, I can't hear you for some reason. It's been a day of tech difficulties today, folks, so we're just going to keep on going with that vibe. Carla, just maybe make sure that your correct input is selected in your settings. Maybe something's gone awry. All right, folks, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a sec. Carla, can you hear me? No, we still can't hear you. Sorry. Oh my goodness. A day of days. Maybe let's bring up, if you want to try and drop off and come back in, that might help. Sorry about this, folks. As always, you know, there's going to be challenges that come along. Just bear with us for a couple of minutes. We will be right back as soon as we get this resolved.
Can you hear me now? I can't hear you.
Now can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We've got it. Lift off.
Oh.
Amazing. Okay. Let's do a restart. I'm going to take down this tech difficulties banner because we've sold it, at least for now. Welcome, Carla Guttian. This is the second edition of Art Party Presents today. I'm very happy to have you here, and I'm so excited to hear about all of the artists that you're going to bring to the stage. I'm getting some comments in the chat saying everyone's having a fun time, regardless of technical difficulties. It's all part of the magic. So I'm going to hand over to you. Take it away, Carla. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am so relieved. I was really getting uptight. I'm Carla of Art Party Central and Carla Guttian Art and Design, and so proud to be here as your host today. We are so happy to be a part of New York City Jewelry Week, celebrating the power of jewelry. Art Party Central, we virtually connect you to the coolest, high quality, curated products direct from artists and designers themselves. Most of all, we want to cultivate and celebrate the fellowship of like-minded human beings and send our work out to the world to be cherished. And we are so excited to bring you 8 outstanding jewelers today. We have Patrice Riley from Patrice Riley Jewelry, Francesca Vitale from Francesca Vitale Paper Jewelry, Janine Krantz from Janine Krantz Artisan Jewelry, Wendy Jo New from Wendy Jo New Metal Designs, Suzanne Schwartz from Suzanne Schwartz Jewelry, Alex Lozier from Alex Lozier Jewelry, Eileen Schwartz from Eileen Schwartz Jewelry, Laura Jacklitch from Laura Jacklitch Jewelry. And let me tell you how this party is going to shake out. Each of the artists is going to give a presentation. Then if time allows, I'm going to ask them 1 or 2 questions that were previously submitted. At the end of the party, we're going to raffle off one $50 gift certificate for each of the artists' websites. So that's 8 chances to win just for hanging out with us here today. But you do have to be present to win, so please stick around. We're also going to give you a special discount code at the end of the party, which will be good for all 8 of the artists' websites, as well as my website and Patrice Riley, who's a presenter and Art Party Central founder. So let's get to the fun stuff. Our first artist today is Patrice Riley. Megan, take it away, my friend.
Hi, you guys. Hello, welcome. It is such a pleasure to be here. As always, we were just here before. In for the first session. So it's wonderful to actually be a presenter this time and to show you a little bit more about my process. And I really also love the theme that New York City Jewelry Week has hosted this week of doing the power of jewelry. And I brought some power pieces for you guys because, I always want to stay on theme. And I love a statement necklace. And as we go into fall, I keep thinking about, this is my time when I start wearing statement necklaces. I start thinking about them. I start layering again. Just like I'm layering my clothes, I'm starting to layer all my jewelry. And it's something I start a whole collection with will be a neck piece is kind of where I start, where I find a lot of joy in designing, which is it's something for me to reflect upon because I feel like every collection starts with a necklace. So I brought one of my favorites. This is my something I made that I wasn't sure how it would be received. It's a long kind of like waterfall of steel cable. So I'm a contemporary art jeweler, and really this whole party I think is a really wonderful selection of contemporary jewelry and studio jewelry. You're seeing really cool material aspects from amazing artists and metalsmiths. And I consider myself contemporary jeweler because I use a lot of metalsmithing techniques, but I love bringing in maybe something a little bit unexpected. So I use this steel cable that has a really fine, very delicate, very ethereal look, but actually is woven steel that is really strong and flexible and almost indestructible. It's 49 miniature strands woven together. I brought actually the big cable because I actually brought some really crazy statement pieces because I've been working in larger scale of late, and I keep going back and forth between scale and size from the most like maximalist to the most minimalist. And this is something I really enjoy. So this steel cable is a wonderful example of what I'm working with in more of a miniaturized form. This is something, as you get bigger and bigger in scale, you can see it in suspension bridges, you can see it on bike locks, electrical rig. It's everything everywhere is kind of constructed with this, something that's flexible and really strong, has a duality to it, has both aspects. And I think that represents a lot of strength, even though it has a really fine ethereal light aspect. So this is my waterfall steel, my line segments. And it's really about math. I created a kind of like an algorithm where all the little sterling silver bits, which are the connections, would create almost like synapses or little connection points. But it creates this kind of like pulley system. It's really light, really strong, and really linear. Been working more linear. I did a lot of circles when I first started, and I started playing with more and more geometric shapes and bringing really linear aspects, but thinking about something that looks really stiff and structured, but actually has softness and drape. I love things like that. I'm having a really nice time.
I love it. I love it too,
yes.
Megan. Yes, I absolutely love your work. And when you say the word maximalist, that's what I'm all about. I'm against this whole trend towards minimalism. I think this is a statement. Look at how light and beautiful these are on my ears, you know, and I can sleep in them. It's just what you say. And they're fun. You need to wake up these days with a sense of fun, right?
Yeah. And also,
what do you put on when you want to feel powerful?
I put on this neck. This is the necklace I take everywhere. It immediately transforms my outfit. I feel really comfortable in it. I feel like it has become one of my signature pieces. And so I can put it on a really fancy outfit, a more casual outfit. I take it traveling. It's been all over the world with me. It's sometimes these pieces start becoming part of you. And there's something really powerful about that. I really enjoy.
Absolutely. And I think when you wear artisan jewelry, you're wearing the energy of the artist. Am I correct in that?
Oh yeah, we put a little bit of ourselves in each piece. Really, we do. Our hands, our touch, and everything's in it.
Well, I don't know who wouldn't want a piece of you, Megan. So.
Oh my.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, darling.
I can attest that they're the most fun to wear. Thank you so much, Megan. So now I'm going to move on to our second artist of today, which is Francesca Vitale. Francesca, take it away.
Hello. Hi, Carla. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Jewelry Week, for hosting us and give you a little glimpse of what Art Party Centrals are and the fun of being home, but still be with you and you in my studio. So I'm in Rochester, New York. And again, I'm Francesca Vitale. What I do, I make paper jewelry. So I take some paper, cut it into strips, weave it into three-dimensional sculptural pieces. And let me just spend a few minutes talking about why I use paper. So I love paper for several different reasons. One being the colors, the vibrant colors. Ta-da! And the strength is actually very interesting how people can think that paper is a fragile medium, but it's actually the opposite. Just think about how the paper take a curve. There are very few materials that can bend and curve as paper does. And also, paper is such an overlooked material. I'm pretty sure that everybody is watching now or will watch their recording can think of how many times they have touched paper today and how much paper is in our life, everyday life. So I love that connection. I love the memory that paper carries. Just think about some documents that you have that just represent a lot of your life. So I love that part, and I love to put those memories into a piece. And today, particularly, I wanted to show you a piece that has been in the making for almost a year. And the story goes like this. 2020, remember, we were all stuck in the house, and we probably all did a lot of online shopping. And for Christmas last year, I did all my online shopping. And I got a lot, when you get boxes, especially Amazon, has a lot of brown packing paper that is one of those kind of paper that is totally overlooked. I mean, you just take it from the box and put it in the recycle. And it felt too much. It felt like a lot of waste. And so I couldn't throw it away. And I thought, okay, I'll have to make something and give this paper a second life, a second chance. And so I make it into this line, and I'll show you more and tell you more about it. But I wanted to have the paper, just because it was so overlooked, I wanted to have it very simple and very industrial. And so just the paper element, so you see the paper element and a stainless steel wire, one line and one element. And that was kind of not there. I mean, it took me almost 6 months to figure out how to finish the piece. What was the one point that it needed to be added to the piece, which was some iridescent paint. So I didn't want to take away the brown color of the paper and added some extra quality. I just want a little bit of glimmer. And so I don't know if the camera can catch but each piece, each element has been painted over with this iridescent paint that doesn't take off the color, just add a little extra. And so I finished this piece and I'm super excited about it, because I don't know if you're familiar with my work, but what I normally do when I make a piece, I can finish it. Basically, I always have more than one way to wear a piece, because I like to think that you as a wearer will be the person that decide how to put your final touch. And so normally my pieces are at least 2 ways of wearing them. And so with this, I found, I mean, there are so many ways of wearing, and it's a necklace, but also can be worn as bracelet, sorry. So these are 8 elements, and you can just put them on all on your wrist. And it comes with different attachments, like a Dyson. So these are all the pieces that they can come, and you can go from a simple hook, and then you can just string it around your neck like this, or you can put it on a round wire and just make it something like this, very chaotic. Or you can go as long as here, and the camera won't go, but this goes up to my knees almost. So you get the idea of what this necklace can do. You just keep playing and playing, and it's just very fun. And from this piece,
I love the idea of this necklace going down to your feet. It's cracking me up, and I'll never think of your work the same way now that you compared the pieces to a Dyson. Sticking with the theme, your work also has that power of joy. It's so delightful, and it brings such a smile. And then to know it's paper makes it, seem connected to the earth and our day-to-day lives, which is great. Are you going to be anywhere anytime soon where people can see you in person?
Yes, actually, I'm going to be in New York in 3 weeks at the Met Museum, which is actually one of the big part of the New York Jewelry Week. So all these pieces will be there with me. There is one piece, though, that I want to, because of the power of jewelry, I want to just bring to attention these earrings. They are inspired by the trans flag, and this is Trans Awareness Week. And these are just pieces that will be also the 70% of the sale of these pieces will go to the Trevor Project. And I could not mention them, because the power of this piece is telling our trans brothers and sisters that we have their back. And so sometimes with jewelry, you also just send a little quiet but powerful message. So
Absolutely. And thank you for that, because that's such an important message, and the Trevor Project does such good work. Thank you so much, Francesca. And at this point, we are going to bring it on to our third artist today, Janine. Janine,
you're on mute. Oh, I'm here.
Great.
Hi, you can hear me now, right? Yes? Okay. Hi, my name is Janine Krantz, and I am an art jeweler. I'm based out of Freehold, New Jersey, and I'm really, really excited to be here today. This week's theme for New York City Jewelry Week is the power of jewelry. And it really got me thinking so much about how powerful jewelry is. And the jewelry that I create, I feel I put a lot of power into it. And I feel that when you wear it, I want you to feel powerful in the jewelry that I make. A lot of what I do is I work with semi-precious gemstones. They're all one of a kind. And I fabricate them with sterling silver, sometimes 22 karat gold. This is one of my newer pieces. It's a Laguna agate and a garnet. And a lot of my work, I like to have texture and these granules. I add these granules to so much of what I do. I like to put them into negative space. So I'll take a stone and design like a framework. Whoop, there we go. And then I add all of these granules in to the negative space, and it just adds a fun sort of chaotic element, I suppose, to the piece. But because it's contained inside the frame, it's structured. So I just released a brand new collection on my website today, actually. It just landed, and I have so many pieces I'm really, really excited about. This one in particular, I'm going to put the paper here, is a dendritic quartz. Whoa. There we go. Sorry, it's crooked. It's a dendritic quartz in citrine. Let's see if that's better. There we go. And I have hand carved these talons to kind of curve along with the piece. There we go. And it's just such a strong, powerful piece that it just makes you feel like $1 million when you wear it. I also made it in obsidian. This is a little bit goth and sexy. I love it. There we go. In obsidian with black spinel with those curved talons. It's a really fun piece. So I have 2 of those in obsidian and the one in the dendritic quartz. They take a lot of time to make, so I don't know how many more of those I will make. I also have, this is new piece. Look. This is petrified opal wood. It's opalized wood from Indonesia. And if you see, it's got that green in there and it's got that beautiful blue and it has flecks of copper. The color of the stone has been influenced by the copper. The copper, if you've ever seen like the Statue of Liberty and she turned this, this beautiful kind of green color. Sorry, I'm kind of backwards here. That's from the copper in this opalized wood. And it's such a gorgeous stone. And yeah, this piece is fun. I also I was carving a lot of dangles and things lately. So I have this piece. This is a fossilized coral. Whoop, there we go. And it's got these 3 spikes that dangle below. Whoop, that's the back of it, sorry. And it's just a really fabulous piece. A lot of what I just made recently has been inspired by the colors of fall and just the leaves and just that warm spiciness that you get with fall colors. And it was funny because as everything was coming off of my bench, that's when all of the leaves just hit their peak, and what was on my bench mimicked everything that was outside. And it was so fun.
Janine, this collection, I'm so loving seeing your bigger pieces and the power of those pieces. And I like the reference to fall, but I also like these ideas that they look almost like breastplates that'll bring out your inner strength.
Exactly what I was thinking. Like they're almost like a shield or some kind of protective piece.
Like an amulet in a sense.
Yes, exactly.
If I fell in love with something as a gift, but it's made to order, is there still a chance of getting it in time for Christmas?
It depends. If it's a very complicated piece, some of my earrings I can whip up kind of quick. But if you saw something and it's a made to order, you certainly want to either order it right now or message me and I'll let you know if I can get it done in time.
Okay.
I have been shipping things.
Right?
What's that?
If somebody knows something handmade and amazing is coming, it can come after Christmas. You put a picture in the box.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Janine. Fantastic presentation. And we are going to bring us on to Wendy Jo New. Wendy, take it away.
Hello, everybody. I'm Wendy Jo New of Wendy Jo New Metal Designs. I am a designer, maker, marketer, the whole shebang just by myself. I would characterize my jewelry as I likened it in the category of power for this, but the power of clean lines, subtle elegance, architectural and geometric, even if something is curved. And it just seems to come through in everything I make. I utilize precious metals and color in the forms of gemstones, unique lapidary, and then resin inlay, in which I add dry pigments, and it allows me a huge array of colors. So I thought what I do is show you some with the resin and angles, and then how depth shows through even in small things. I have 2 different of my open squares series. These seem to be a bestseller this year. These are doubles. I have smaller ones that are singles. This has no color, but it has dimension to it. So when they're worn, you see just the reflection. And a unique way to add color, I mentioned, is dried pigment. This you can see has dark colors, a little translucence. I used shredded pastels. This has a little graininess, and these are 3 peppers: black pepper, white pepper, and cayenne pepper. So the possibilities are endless there. And then I do stuff that is a little more subdued. The metal is inside, and if you see, it's really narrow, yet the color and the insert provide some depth. So you could see I'm wearing some red ones, and they really pop. So I'm petite, so I think even when I try to work on a large scale, it still comes out not that large compared to other people's large. Another I like to do is a little bit of play. And this is an organic geometric type of piece where the elements interlock and they play just a bit. So you really see a large color pop without it overwhelming an outfit. You could wear it over clothing or just on skin, and you'll see the color and air and silver play on this. And then I thought what I do is show when I use precious gems, or lately I've gotten into different types of pearls. I like to use complementary shapes. So the facets on these emeralds, rose cuts, they're really triangular. I made other elements to hang gold and silver, just the exact shape of the emerald, and the faceting is the same on the element to the actual gemstones. And then another I thought I'd show, I'll show 2 at once. I never was really into Keshi pearls, but I got into them lately. I suddenly like them. But what is neat about them is they're all a bit different, and there are ways to, I'll show one, to incorporate the shapes that naturally come. And I did a subtle texture, gold dot to match the dot on the pearl, line to match the line on the pearl. And then these I thought I'd show as a really high contrast setting. And I prepared the settings and I oxidized the silver to really conform and hug the pearl. So you could see that when you're wearing it, even from the back. And then they're symmetrical and asymmetrical at the same time. So that's how I think it's all sort of analytical and engineering, and then comes up with a piece that is wearable, but because of the design elements, it usually draws people's eyes to try to figure out how they're made. So.
Yeah, and I mean, and it's such a nice blend of definitive geometric shapes and shapes that feel very organic and natural. Can someone request certain colors for resin inlay pieces if they don't see them in your current inventory online?
Absolutely. In fact, I've made rings. I'm wearing an open top ring. I don't know if you can see it, but I could do any kind of elements, and people have sent me even Pantone colors. They'll send me the exact Pantone, and I try to match it up, and then I show them little samples first, and then they could get the actual color in the piece. It could be the production line pieces like those open squares, which really could come in all different shapes, or a totally unique piece made just for them with those colors.
Wow, that is very specific, and I kind of love it. I could see somebody, well, this goes with my lighter blue and this goes with my darker blue. Thank you so much, Wendy. That was a wonderful presentation and inspiring. And we're going to move it on to Alex Lozier, who I know I love hearing from.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me here on Art Party Central in New York City Jewelry Week. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Alex Lozier. I am a jewelry artist. I am formally trained as a silversmith, but my true love is working with stones. So you can see that I'm actually wearing my favorite statement power pieces. I feel like these pieces activate my superpowers. So I wanted to talk to you guys today sort of about my philosophy behind what it takes for me to make big statement pieces like this, and also how I work with my clients. And as I'm doing that, I'm going to show you some of my all-time favorite statement pieces that I still have here in the studio that haven't actually found a home yet, because a lot of them are already out in the world, which I love thinking about how those pieces of jewelry are interacting in other people's lives. But anyway, I also consider myself to be an alchemist. And essentially what that means is that the alchemists, they had a famous saying that goes, as above, so below. And the principle behind that basically means that the whole reflects the parts and the parts reflects the whole. This is my snake piece. It's actually a rattlesnake head with snake vertebrae. So this is actually an ancient alchemist symbol of the Ouroboros, of the snake eating its own tail. So maybe this is something you guys have seen before, but this is actually a necklace. And so what the ancient alchemists believed was that when you affect the parts, it will affect the whole, and vice versa. And so when we use this alchemical principle in jewelry, jewelry actually becomes this really amazing way to supercharge your manifesting power and essentially give a signal to the universe that you are ready to step into this version or this vision of yourself and of your life that you are trying to manifest, because it shifts your energy in a big way. So it gives you a confidence boost. It influences how other people perceive you. And it also really, to me, a great piece of jewelry. It integrates the wisdom of the body and it awakens the magic of the soul. And basically what I do with my clients, I love doing one-of-a-kind pieces, because when I'm working with the clients, I have the ability to find out what it is that they're really after, what are they trying to manifest, what are their blocks, and how we can use jewelry to supercharge their manifesting power. And the stories that I've heard are amazing. So I'm going to share a story of one of my clients that she actually, I made 2 pieces of jewelry for her. So one was from my mermaid collection a couple summers ago. And she was trying to manifest living on Cat Island, which is in the Bahamas or the Caribbean, I believe, for part of the year. So she is from Vermont. She hates the winter. She hates the cold. So she wants to live on a tropical island for part of the year. So she bought one of my mermaid talisman pieces, and she bought another pendulum piece. So she loves working with pendulums and tarot cards, that kind of thing. Some of my clients can be a little bit witchy, which I love. And she started wearing this piece with the intention of living on Cat Island for part of the year. So COVID happened. She wasn't able to go. She finally was able to get back down to Cat Island after not going for 2.5 years. Now she's been wearing this pendant that I made for her with the intention of living on Cat Island for part of the year to escape the cold. She's actually flying back today. She just met another couple while she was down there that lives there full time. And she was able to come up with an arrangement with this couple that she can pet sit for them for 1 month out of the year in the late winter, early spring, so that she can get her free vacation and have a place to stay for a month out of the year, and they can get a pet sitter. And I mean, how beautiful is that? And she worked with the power of jewelry to help her step into this vision that she had for her life. How beautiful is that, that jewelry can really help us to channel our energy into living our best life?
I know, and this story you told of manifestation is incredible. It chills up and down. And I kind of want to manifest living on an island like she did through your jewelry.
Right?
Covet your jewelry. And the island life doesn't sound bad either. What are some stones quickly that people ask for?
So it really like depends on what people are trying to manifest. So like that customer in particular, she was trying to manifest island life, kind of a mermaid vibe, very like tropical Caribbean feel. So for that piece in particular, we were working with aquamarine, which is all about the energy of smooth sailing. It is the cleansing, soothing power of water. And it also is a protector of travelers by sea. So that was like a really great energy for her. So it really just depends on what it is you're trying to manifest. People that if they're trying to like manifest like money and abundance, like green stones are really great for that. One of my favorite is malachite or peridot. People that are looking for a sense of protection, black stones are going to be really good for that if you're needing some grounding.
I'm afraid we have to cut off, but I could hear about your stones forever. You're like mesmerizing me into not calling the next person, which is
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Alex. Wonderful. And I'm going to move it on right now to Eileen Schwartz. Eileen? Eileen, we can't hear you. You're muted. Yep. Nope. Nope, you're still muted. You unmuted for a second, but you're still muted now. There you go.
Okay.
Good. Got it.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Eileen Schwartz of Eileen Schwartz Jewelry, and I work in a combination of sterling silver with oxidized sterling silver with 18 karat gold, and then 18 karat gold with some both unique hand cut stones and calibrated stones. So I want to show you first what I'm wearing. This is oxidized silver with an 18 karat gold highlights and pearls, and then these ear climbers, which are new, have amethyst in them. And this is what they look like. Whoops, I don't know if okay, so
I see what, there you go.
Okay, so the contrast between the colors of the oxidized silver and gold is it's a nice contrast. I don't know if this is in focus, but you can see on these earrings the gold wire shows up behind and becomes part of the earring, and when they're on the ear, you see the high polished wire, the black oxidized bar, which follows the curve of your face down, and the pop of the pearl. And it is a very simple earring with a lot going on. I do use linear elements and negative space in my work, and that is it's simple, but it becomes not architectural, but three-dimensional. You're using line, negative space, and dimension, and it's a very simplified earring, nice and elegant on the ear. You can wear it all the time. I also make these in 18 karat gold with a number of different stones. Here I have a cognac diamond, which is, okay, cognac diamond. And then this is a ruby. And again, the bar on these are given a brush finish, but the ear wire is high polished. And then I also wanted to show a number of my statement pieces. This work is 18 karat gold, And I love the patterns. This is fossilized dinosaur bone. So I don't know if you can see the patterns, but you see the actual cell structure. And depending on what minerals are lying in the earth when the stone fossilizes, that is what gives it its color. So these are red, which means that there was a lot of iron in the ground when these stones were fossilizing. These particular earrings I call dancing ladies. They have garnet trillions on top, black diamonds, and the fossilized dinosaur bone. And they have a nice movement, but they make a real statement on the ear. I also use...
Everything is looking so good with your hair too. I just love how your earrings are popping and the scale is fantastic. Eileen, where is your next show? Where can people see you in person?
My next show will be at the Morristown Armory in Morristown, New Jersey. I am also at the Crafts Boston show, which is online. And you can also always find my work at my website or on the Artful Home.
Thank you so much, Eileen. I love hearing from you, and you work in such beautiful materials. And we're going to take it on to Suzanne Schwartz. Suzanne? You're muted also, Suzanne.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne from Suzanne Schwartz Jewelry. And my jewelry is stitched for the most part, except for my pearl collection. And just showing you kind of the earrings that I'm wearing. And these are a signature pair of earrings. Let me just see if I can highlight them. So you can see this has two pieces. And these are stitched. I stitch with fine silver or 22 karat gold. And I just wanted to show you these earrings in some different stages. So here it is before it's stitched, you know, with my little holes. And then here's the top part that has been stitched. And I started stitching because growing up, my grandmother used to knit and sew all the time. She'd be over every single weekend, and she would constantly have knitting needles in her hands or be teaching me how to sew. And those stitches and my love of fabrics really developed from there and came out. So when I started doing jewelry, the stitches just naturally went into them. So this is my last, my most, I don't know how the reflection is on here, but current statement piece that I was just wearing. And the edges, this is the edge collection. So this is stitched on the edge with oxidized fine silver. And here, my influence is really, it's stitching, but I'm also very influenced by textiles. The drape of the textiles, the texture of the textiles with stitching. So I had mentioned that I do a pearl line, and this I can show you, and this is another statement piece. I love statement pieces. And so these are, it's really right here, this is about the drape of fabric. And my pearl line has really been all about that. You know, just through forging or the way I'm draping the metal that the pearls are on. I don't know if you can see that well enough, but so, you know, this metal is really trying to mimic fabric and its drape. So I was thinking a lot about the power of jewelry, and there's a lot of meanings for me in the power of jewelry. I came to jewelry and kind of business of it a little bit later in my life. And one of my first series was called the Heroine Collection. So you can see in this piece of mine. This is a piece that I've kept for myself. And the Heroine series was really about, and I've never really said this publicly, but it was really about, I was the heroine. And I was the heroine because I finally, after so many years, really figured out a way to express myself through a medium that I could relate to and that really worked for me. So like the power of jewelry there, it really gave me a way to express myself. It also was a way for me to share my heritage of, you know, the sewing. Here's another piece. This is the silver colorway of these earrings. And my grandfather was actually in the garment industry as well. He was a pattern maker. So this collection is, this is from the Torn collection, and this is all stitched with 22 karat gold.
That is extraordinary.
Love the color and power of gold.
Textiles all together, how the draping of your pearl collection matches the stitching of your stitch. Now, I know you've told us it's stitched and influenced by your grandmother, but are you ready to disclose how you stitch into metal?
Oh, yes, it's no secret. You know, and through the years, I've perfected it a bit. But so this is a cuff that is stitched. This is it before, and you can see the holes. But it's really, and especially on these free form pieces, you know, there's a lot that goes into me doing the pattern. And it's really about pulling my metal taut so that that pattern is going to withstand the time. You know, the metal is not going to move around, and that design and texture will stay as it is.
Well, let's keep it as you stitch it. I'll wear it because that's thank you so much. And I can't believe we're up to our last presenter, but we're going to move it on to Laura Jacklitch. Thank you, Suzanne.
Hello, everyone. I'm Laura Jacklitch of Laura Jacklitch Jewelry, coming to you from Somerville, Massachusetts. I make jewelry with wood and polyurethane resin, like this. And I start off with pieces of wood, oops, like so. And I turn them into blocks like this. So each one of these cuts is a different pour and a different line. You can kind of see that the resin goes all the way through. Getting a little disoriented with the mirror image here. But for me, the power of jewelry is really about the transformation when you put it on. And like this giant brooch here. Also about color. I really love that I can add color into my work, and I think that there's a narrative quality to color, and everyone has that color that they put on and it just lights them up. And that's one of the things I love about this process. And of course, statement earrings like these. These have a lot of great movement here. They've got a hinge and a sterling silver backplate here. These ones, again, have really fabulous movement. And these are meant to be a front-facing hoop. They look really fabulous on, and they're so fun to wear. And the thing about wood that I love is that you can go larger with your earrings, with your necklaces, without feeling like you're being weighed down. And you can see here my hoops. I also make these in a smaller version here. Here is the catch. It just snaps and snaps back. And this piece is a necklace that also converts into a brooch. So you can take it right off this cord and wear it as a brooch. I also have these if you like post earrings. These ones you can actually wear either way. So these are called cactus flower earrings. And they're actually inspired by cactus flowers because I love the shape and I love that kind of neon color that you find in nature. This one is a very long necklace. It's made of ebony and blackwood. And the chain is sterling silver. And then I just finished some new earrings for you. These are kind of my signature earring with the square ear wire. Color combination is really perfect for fall. And you can see got really great movement, but that beautiful natural wood color, the orange and yellow. And this one is a huge statement piece. So this one is cork cord, as well as the wood and the polyurethane resin. And this clasp just comes out like this. And you get your click.
Laura, that's an amazing way for us to go out with that big, gorgeous piece. Can you quickly tell us where you get your wood from?
Oh, sure. So I actually work with different makers and woodworkers who send me their scraps and pieces that they can't use. So this is from my friend Phil. He probably cut out a part of a bowl that he was turning with this. And so in that way, I can keep it really sustainable and not use any new lumber.
Oh, that's fantastic. Laura, thank you so much. And I'm so grateful to all our amazing jewelers and artists that presented with us today and for sharing their work with us. We want to thank you for coming to watch us here at Jewelry Week as well. And before we pull the raffles, we want to let you know that you out there are why we make our work in the first place, and showing up today and being a part of Art Party Central makes us feel terrific. Don't forget to tell people how much fun you had and visit us again. So now let's celebrate and choose the winners of the $50 gift certificates. We're going to choose one winner for each website from everyone that RSVP'd for the party. And the winners are Megan Patrice Riley Jewelry. The winner is Michelle Schneider. For Francesca Vitale Paper Jewelry, we have Nat Gom. For Janine, for Wendy Jo New Metal Designs, we have Corey Burns. For Alex Lozier Jewelry, we have Celia Feinstein. For Eileen Schwartz, we have Stephanie Musgrave. For Janine Krantz, Judy Parody. For Suzanne Schwartz, Lori Gibson. And for Laura Jacklitch, Shelley Rubin. Congratulations to all our winners. And because we want everyone here to leave feeling like they've won something, you're all going to receive a coupon code in an email for 10% off all 8 of the artists' websites, as well as my website, carlagoodian.com, for my artwork. And the coupon's going to be good today through November 25th. So you can head over to the websites and do some retail therapy and find some great gifts. The coupon for today's party is NYCJW2021, NYCJW2021. We're going to send a follow-up email with this code and links to the website as well. Please follow Art Party Central on Facebook and Instagram, and visit our website, artpartycentral.org, to stay up to date on all our coming events. I want to say thank you from all the artists and myself. It's been wonderful hosting you here today.
Hey, that was so great. What a fantastic lineup. How many artists did we see from you guys today? 18 in total?
I think 6.
Yeah.
Or 18. Wow.
That's amazing. I'm so excited about all of these great folks, and I need to go and research all of their websites for the ones that I don't know already. Some of them I'm already familiar with, which is so awesome.
Dangerous, I'll warn you.
I know, right? Also, for you folks out there, all those links are posted in the chat. You're going to get a great follow-up from Art Party Central. So you can do the same and pre-spend away all of your holiday money on yourself or your loved ones. Okay, well, thank you so much to all of our presenters. Thank you so much, Carla, for being our wonderful host. And we are going to switch things over in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks, we are getting ready for our final virtual program of today, Jewelry Week, Day 5. We are loving it. It's been a fantastic day, not free of technical difficulties, but that's okay. We've had a fun time. I am very excited to introduce our next panel in just a moment. Okay, folks, we are ready to go with our final program of the day. Let me intro it, and then I'm going to hand over to our moderator. So we have the Power of Platinum. Pratt Institute, along with some great invited guests, are going to discuss a collaborative studio project and competition recently completed with the Platinum Guild International. This partnership introduced the unique characteristics of the world's most precious metal into an educational setting. I'm very excited to hand things over to our moderator, Patricia Badea. Welcome to New York City Jewelry Week. Hi.
Hi, Alex.
How's it going?
Good to see you. Thank you for having me and our panel.
Yes, let me bring up your panelists.
So, Alex, I shared the slides. They seem to be advancing. I don't know if that's what's supposed to be happening. I can stop them and redo it.
Let's stop and restart. Let's bring your panelists up, and then we'll restart those slides, and I'll share them with everyone. I'm going to bring everybody up to the stage now here. Welcome to Jewelry Week. Who am I missing? There we go. Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
I'm going to leave you. Pat, if you restart those slides, I'll put them up for you right away.
Okay, I am. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do a little intro. How about that? Because it seems like if I autoplay, they're gonna they're just going to start playing. So I'm going to do my little intro. Then I'm going to get the slides started. And then I'm going to introduce each of our panelists. So hopefully that works. So welcome everyone to the Power of Platinum, New York City Jewelry Week panel. I'm Patricia Medea. I am a professor and the jewelry program coordinator at Pratt Institute and a studio jeweler for 30 plus years now. And I will be your moderator. Again, thank you for joining us. So just a quick little, intro about the panel and the project. Platinum Guild International approached Pratt Institute to create an educational partnership with the goal of introducing students to the world's most precious metal, platinum. Today, we will share with the New York City Jewelry Week community how this partnership evolved and provided a unique opportunity for our students. All right, so let's get started. So give me a second. I'm going to share the slides. All right, let me just get this. Here we go. Oh, shoot. Just give me 1 second. Just need to go back. It's auto advancing, so I gotta start. I gotta start at the beginning. I don't know if I can start at the beginning. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay.
Okay, you know what? While Patty is doing
yeah, I actually, the slides are just advancing, Alex. So,
Pat, if you stop sharing and do it again, if you
I just tried that actually.
You just need to exit the presentation from share mode, like escape and then start over. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, I am. Go ahead, Katrin. I'll figure
I
this
just
out.
wanted to say hi to everybody while
here we
Pat's
go.
trying to sort this all out so she doesn't feel like put on the spot. But we're so happy to have you guys all here. How's everybody doing? Has everybody been seeing?
Hi.
Yeah, hi. How's it going?
Oh my gosh. I got it.
And to all of you listeners, we have lots of interesting stuff, okay? So don't leave us just yet. Here we go. All right.
Hopefully I got it. Do I have it, Alex?
Yeah, you got it.
Woo. All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay. So while our slides are playing, I'd like to introduce our panel. Katrin, thank you for that save. So we're going to start with Katrin Zimmerman. Katrin was born in Germany. She studied Chinese and art in London. Her interest in jewelry began at FIT. Now a member of the Pratt Jewelry faculty, Professor Zimmerman was the interim program coordinator last academic year while I was on sabbatical and during the pandemic. I am more than grateful to Katrin, who took the responsibility of moving this project forward during this most challenging year. Next up, Kevin Riley, a jewelry industry veteran for over 30 years, with over 30 years of experience, brand building, marketing, sales, and customer relation management. At Platinum Guild International, he is responsible for developing strategic partnerships with manufacturers and retailers, formulating programs and strategies to help them build a more profitable business with Platinum. Next up, Paul Catania is a graduate gemologist from GIA Santa Monica and holds an associate degree from Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City. He was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. Woo! He started his own shop, P-Cat Custom Inc., in 2010, where all the manufacturing is done in New York City and made in the USA. Paul creates one-of-a-kind custom pieces for top jewelers in New York and was engaged by PGI to fabricate the winning competition designs. Caroline Morrissey is the director of jewelry for Bonhams, New York. She has more than 2 decades of experience in the jewelry business and is responsible for the New York jewelry department at Bonhams, including overseeing property acquisition, appraisals of gemstones and jewelry, and auction preparation. Her career started in the diamond industry in Antwerp, Belgium, and has since spanned many more areas of the business. Celine Dussault is a jewelry designer currently based in New York City. Celine is a 2021 graduate of Pratt Institute's Jewelry Design Program and is the recipient of a number of scholarships and awards, including first place in this Platinum Design DNA competition. Her designs are tectonic, yet often based in observations of the natural world. She juxtaposes contemporary technologies and materials with traditional craft processes. And so welcome to our panel. And before we jump in, I'd also like to acknowledge our 2 other prize winners from this competition, Aditi Jo Sabavala and Maria Baccarizzo. Thank you to all of our panelists for being part of the conversation today. And I'd invite our panelists, as I have, we have some prepared questions, but I also encourage you to feel free to dialogue with each other, ask each other questions if something pops up. And I also invite our audience to add your questions and be part of our discussion in the chat. All right, so let's get started. Just going to turn my comments on over here. I'm going to begin with Kevin. So Kevin, Jenny Luker, who is the president of PGI USA, approached Pratt with this idea for a collaboration back in 2019. And then together we all kind of developed a plan for this competition that grew into so much more. Would you like to walk us through PGI's goals for the project and how it evolved?
Sure, Pat. And thank you again for inviting me to be part of this. And that was such a serendipitous meeting when Jenny met you, because we knew it was a great connection. And for us at PGI, to put it simply, what's our real goal and objective in this kind of a collaboration? Simply put, we want new jewelers coming into the business to understand how to work with platinum. And I think the challenge that we have is that there are a lot of schools that do a great job of teaching these new students about jewelry, but platinum is not always part of the curriculum. So we wanted to make sure that we can change that, because especially now with all of these amazing students that you had coming into the school every year, and this was a challenging couple of years we've been talking about, but still an amazingly talented group of people, we wanted to make sure that they have the opportunity to learn about platinum. So we started talking with you and your team about what we needed to do to make that happen. How could PGI best participate? How could we make sure that you have the materials you need to do this? And then how can we make this, sort of a great educational experience for the students so that they can take their passion for jewelry making, but then learn how to turn that passion into platinum designs? Because I think what they've all learned is that working with platinum is amazing, and it's also unique and special and different, and it requires a different education track, and certainly it's a different experience. So I think working with you and with Katrin, especially Katrin and I are like close buddies now. I think we've really given these students an amazing opportunity to learn about platinum, and I think it really shows in the designs that they produced, because the designs are absolutely spectacular.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Kevin. So Katrin, I'm gonna jump to you because I know that you and one of our other professors, Russell Jones, developed a project for our jewelry design class, which you both co-teach, called Design DNA. And this sort of became the jumping off point for the foundation for this collaboration with PGI. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you came up with that project?
Sure, I'd be delighted to. So the idea of this Design DNA, it's actually a really nice class that we teach the juniors, and maybe Celine can talk a little bit about that, right, when you were a junior so many years ago. But what's so nice about that class is that we really can make up our own projects depending on where we are going and where we can see the students are maybe lacking or where their interests lie as well. So when we first heard about the this platinum competition, we decided to make a platinum project, in a sense, that we introduce the students to, so that it was really a nice way that we went across 2 years, really, in a sense, right? Because when they were juniors, we brought it up in this Design DNA class where we're really trying to focus on the design and on trying to get them to understand where is my talent actually and what is my DNA? How does my design look? Am I going to go into fine jewelry or, you know, into fashion, contemporary, whatever it may be, right? So they were presented with this project, which is really only design and no fabrication. And that's how the whole thing started. Celine, I don't know, do you want to say something about that?
I actually have a question for Celine. Next question. Because Katrin, thank you. That was a perfect segue. And Celine, so to Katrin's point, I really wanted to ask you about your journey, you know, through this, and your, you know, let me read the question. Can you tell us about this journey and how your participation framed or changed your relationship with platinum? And is there anything you learned about platinum that surprised you or changed your perception? And then, of course, how, you know, how thinking about your design DNA influenced your approach?
Yeah, so I distinctly remember when this project was introduced by Russell and Katrin. And I remember talking about the duality of platinum as far as it being this really dense material. It's extremely heavy, but what that allows you to do with it is to build these really intricate structures. And that was my first thought and introduction. And I tried to carry that into the 3 designs that I submitted. And it was lovely because it worked really well with my design DNA, which is often so movement-based, tectonic, and sort of a mixture of geometric and organic. And I really got to bring that in and play with that for this project. But yeah, that first setup, it was my junior year that we first started talking about platinum designs. And it was interesting too, because that was around the time that I started experimenting more with CAD, which has become a huge part of my creative process. And so then going into the next year, I was able to bring that together and create these designs.
Great, thanks, Celine. So I was kind of also thinking about, you know, Katrin and Kevin, I mean, here we are, you know, we have this whole project planned and we're hit with this pandemic. Yet you decided to continue and move this project forward despite the challenges. I don't know if either of you would like to talk a little bit about that.
Yes, come on, Kevin. We had nothing else to do. We might as well, right? I mean, what? Just stuck at home, you know, might as well do platinum jewelry.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah, I mean for me to start. Yeah, we were trying to, obviously all of us in the world were trying to reimagine how we do everything. But I think one of the things that has been really fascinating in the jewelry business at large is how quickly everyone adapted. And I think all of us adapted really quickly to working in this virtual environment. And Katrin and I worked diligently together to figure out a way to make this happen remotely. And, you know, we found out that nothing was impossible. And, you know, for me, it was fun to keep having those conversations with Katrin. I was doing it from a more, you know, concept standpoint. She was actually having to make this all happen.
And I was feeling guilty having to have put all of that on your shoulders.
You know what? I don't think we ever really considered not doing this, because it really seemed also so strongly to be a case of whatever we can do now, we really have to do in order to give these incredible students the most powerful year that we can give them with all of these restrictions, right? So there was never a moment where I thought, oh, maybe we should forget this until next year. I don't recall that at all, ever.
Great. Well, thank you. I mean, I'm so pleased that the project was able to go forward, and brilliantly, really, truly. So Paul, I have a question for you. So you were the bench jeweler who was tasked with bringing these unique winning designs to life. How did you personally begin working with platinum? And can you highlight some of the unique properties of the metal for jewelry making, kind of spinning off of what Celine just kind of touched on?
Well, first I'd like to say jewelry, as we all know, stops for no one. So COVID was not gonna get in the way of stopping any of these projects, because, you know, when you're a bench jeweler, you know, you have to work. There's no stopping the bench work. That's number one. So that was that. Second off, if you paid attention to your wonderful intro, if you caught a fine detail there, Katrin and I actually, coincidentally, to show you how finely knitted the jewelry world is, we actually were in the same class at FIT. Yep. So, yes. So it goes to show you how small the jewelry world is and how important it is to keep your connections and to make sure you're nice to everybody, right? So that's that. But it's true. It's true.
I keep wondering, Paul. I keep wondering what you must have, you know, I'm thinking, God, who knows what I was like as a student, you know? Because we really were completely out of touch for all these years. And it's more than a decade, like quite a bit more, actually. So when we all met at Carrera Casting, actually, right? Suddenly I look at this man and I know this man. That's so funny.
That's right. And that leads me to how I got my platinum experience. I was fortunate enough to work for a designer who had his own shop, and we had a sizable shop. There were about 21 of us, 22 of us. And we worked in platinum in a high design fashion. It wasn't just typical 3-stone rings. So I was exposed to platinum in many different forms as far as design. We did a lot of engraving there on platinum, and it wasn't just high polish, again, eternity bands or 3-stone rings. It was more of an art form, how I learned to work with platinum. So that gave me, and I was there for 18 years at the Michael Bondanza shop. So that gave me a wide, long-range experience working with platinum in a lot of different designs, custom designs. And that's how I came to meet Kevin, because of Carrera Casting. Again, relationships are very important in this business. And, you build a relationship based on, your work and your reputation. And it's still very old school as far as that goes. So people really rely on word of mouth as far as, what you can do and what you can accomplish. And if you can get the job done in a timely fashion and quality. And that's how Kevin got recommended to me. So when Kevin came to me, I was very excited. Of course, I knew about PGI, and I didn't know that Katrine was the professor there, and that I knew her. But I was very excited to work with students, because I love sharing, secrets that I know, or the craft. And I was very into, trying to, show what I knew, and try to, spread some knowledge to some younger people, because to find young people that are interested in this now is, it's not easy.
I understand.
And I think too, that's what made it such a great experience for the students, because you can see, you take people who are really learning, they're very passionate about this, and they're learning how to do this from somebody who's taken that passion and turned it into an amazingly successful body of work over many, many years. So just, putting you together with these really talented students was just really fantastic. It made for such, to me, there's no better education experience than practical application of what you're learning in the classroom. And Paul, you made that happen for them.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kevin. Absolutely. And I was also just thinking too, Paul, that so often we see all these beautiful jewelry designs, right? Even this week, and we sometimes forget who's making. Some of us are makers, but often designers are working with bench jewelers, and that's such a an important relationship that you need to build. And so I'm so pleased that you're here to represent, that aspect. And I was thinking, and so kind of segueing to Celine, so Pratt is predominantly a maker program, right? Like we want our students to make work. We want them to learn techniques and skills. So can you share your perspective on what it was like to work with the bench jeweler, to work with Paul, to execute your winning design, as opposed to making the piece yourself?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it looks the way it looks because it was in Paul's hands. That's why it looks so great. But I mean, I remember I showed up. I think we got to go in. We got to work on our pieces with Paul, so we actually got to spend time in the studio with him, helping out. I'm putting that in quotation marks because I think it was, what I did in 4 hours, I'm pretty sure he could have done in 15 minutes. But I spent, I think it was supposed to be an hour, and I spent 4 hours there, which was great, and learned so much. And even just the initial process of coming in before that hands-on, I came into the studio twice to see Paul. No, 3 times. But the second time, we were going over my design and basically what I needed to do to redesign it for platinum. And I only have experience with silver, a little bit of gold. So it was a lot of, guesstimating on my part in the beginning before even coming to this. I was like, okay, if I were doing this in silver, it'd be 1.1 millimeters, probably the smallest I could go. So I'm guessing like it could be 0.8. And I have to, sitting with Paul and going over every single little piece and what that needed to be. And I have to say, I was pleased with myself. I felt like my guesstimating was relatively on point for platinum and for casting. So, but yeah, it was just incredible to be able to work with someone that talented. Lovely.
That's great. Thanks so much, Celine. And so Paul, just kind of, again, thinking along those lines, like what, maybe could you share with us what your process of working with the students was to create these pieces? And then did you encounter any challenges with executing some of these unconventional platinum designs?
Well, I felt like my job was to make them the future designers that they wanted to be. So when they brought me their designs, one of the first things I told them was, when you bring me the design, I need it to scale. Okay? Therefore, there's no guessing for me. If it's to scale, then I'm not going to have any misinterpretation of what your final, dream is supposed to be. Because my job is to take your spec sheet, and basically I think of it as your cartoon. And I'm going to take your cartoon, your Mickey Mouse, and I'm going to make it real. I'm going to make it walk and talk for you. And especially now with the rendering for the Rhino, for the CAD, it really looks real, but it's really not real. So there's even more on the shoulders of the jeweler, to make something that's fictitious reality. So if it's not, and a lot that happens now, when you look at it on the screen, it's big, you could turn it around, it's huge, and that can be misinterpreted. A lot could be misinterpreted. So I tried to tell them, when you look at it, everything should be, at least on one part of the paper, it should be to scale. So that was the first thing I told the three place winners. That was the first thing. The second challenge for me was, it wasn't so bad because I deal with a lot of different designers, but each piece was completely different from the other. Celine's, of course, was geometric, as you saw, very geometric and rigid. And that had its own challenges because of the angles, and to get everything high polish. If you know anything about platinum, it takes at least 4 or 5 steps. Again, especially with the CAD nowadays and the printing lines, it's not like you can finish a model a little finer in the silver, and you make the rubber mold, and it's a little easier to clean. Now with the printing, there's different set of challenges. So with Celine's, the angles, sometimes the way the tools would fit, they wouldn't intersect properly with the laps and everything. So that was a challenge there. The emerald one was more organic, so that was a different style of working. And the wire with the drops, that I did a little hand fabricating with wire and some, casting of parts. So they each had an individual challenge. But if, that's why Kevin chose me to do the job, because I have a lot of experience, and, I can handle, just about any challenge, and, bring the designs to reality and on time. And with the time we had, it was a little bit of a squeeze, but we worked it out. And, I think everything came out really wonderful. All the girls that came to the shop, they were really great when we worked together. And I really tried to give 100%, so they got the most out of the experience. And I really enjoyed working with them. And I saw growth just in the short time that I spent with them.
That's wonderful. And again, you've segued me beautiful into the next question I have, which is for Caroline. So now we have these 3 beautifully made designs, and where, what's the next step? So Caroline, as the director for jewelry at Bonham's Auction House in New York City, it seems to me, and do correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me that Bonham's keenly recognizes the value of contemporary art jewelry and is interested in increasing public awareness and encouraging the collectability. Can you tell us, maybe we'll start with, if you could tell us about why contemporary art jewelry is appealing to Bonham's?
Hi, everybody. So, why it's appealing to Bonham's is, it's a different type of category in terms of collecting. And I think Bonham's as an auction house is interested in almost any category in collecting. But I think the contemporary art jewelry aspect of it combines a really interesting combination of the jewelry and art, because I think that a lot of people just assume jewelry is art, but is it or isn't it? It's something that you wear, and you don't really wear art, but you can wear art. It's just different. And so I think, there's the traditional view of jewelry, which is, designs of old that were groundbreaking in their time, be it 100 years ago or 50 years ago. And then there's the aspect of the precious stones that are a part of that jewelry. But what's missing from that triangle is the actual sort of design element that you could wear that is now. And I think people are looking for, a section of people are looking for more from their jewelry, more in terms of accessibility, more in terms of emotional connection, or connection in any other way. And we're seeing a lot of interest in it right now, actually more than I imagined. So I think it's great, and it's very, very exciting.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. And sort of continuing that line of thought. So now we have these 3 beautiful pieces, and we were like, okay, where do we go from here? And I know that Katrin, you approached Caroline, and together with Kevin, you all sort of created a plan to take this project to this next place. And Caroline, can you, and also Katrin, Kevin, of course, can you talk about why this project interested you particularly, and you thought it was right for Bonham's? Maybe
Sure.
we could start there, and then we could.
Yes, of course. So Well, I think supporting especially younger people who are entering in the, in my field, for lack of a better word, is, you have to do it. There's nothing I enjoy more than seeing, a new generation of people bring their excitement and creativity to the board. We at Bonhams had last year, or earlier this year and going into next year, a fabulous collection, the Crawford collection, which is all art jewelry. And we had our first sale earlier this year, and we have more sales to go. And I think we all knew there would be a lot of interest, but we underestimated how much interest there was. And the sales were just fantastic. And this was all happening at the same time as Katrina and I were speaking. And it just, for me anyway, all fell in place, because the more people, for me, that can be exposed to jewelry, who are excited about it, who are motivated to create and be creative, I don't know, that's the next step for me. So I really wanted to have the opportunity to bring this to people who are in the jewelry business but don't necessarily know about the contemporary and the art aspect of it. And this was a real opportunity to do that.
That's great. Katrin, or
I definitely want to say something to that.
I figured.
Of course, right? Because it's great. What I love so much about this project, and just even looking at you all on the screen now, what's so nice is that it just keeps branching out into different areas, and it won't stop. As long as we bring to it some kind of creativity, who knows where this thing is going to end up, right? So it was so lovely, because I was going to see Caroline, and suddenly I thought to myself, wait a minute, Bonhams and Platinum Guild, this could be fantastic. And what I loved so much was that no sooner had I said this to Caroline than she said, oh, absolutely, this is fabulous. What a great idea. So I love that about you, Caroline, because you got it in a split second. You had
there was no holding me back as soon as I heard it. So I'm really so excited to be here and a part of all this.
And the other thing that's so nice, we all know these projects where you have to push and you have to prod and you have to make it go when it's not going, and you have to add some more power to it and all of this. And this thing, we literally tipped it and it started rolling. And since that first initial tip, it's just been going. And so it's just fantastic. So again, it was practically effortless, right? So now we have this other edge in it, which is the fantastic sale connection, and the connection of bringing such a fantastic auction house into it. And really, I think it's exactly the perfect place for that jewelry, actually.
And it was so exciting for us too, because it kind of closes the loop, because again, we wanted to help make platinum a part of the curriculum. But when we started this, we never envisioned that it would have such an amazing conclusion. And then to establish a relationship with Bonhams, which is very exciting for us, to have new, beautiful platinum jewelry being featured there, and to be motivating new designers who are really talented, who are now dreaming in platinum because of their opportunity to do this. And through the sale of these pieces, we're going to just put that back into supporting the Pratt Jewelry program. So it's kind of, a way of making this something that is ongoing and continuing. And we couldn't be more excited.
And we're so grateful to, have that support come back to us. So thank you, Kevin. And just for our audience, because I'm not sure if everyone knows this, that all three of the designs, which I think you saw in the last slide in our presentation, all three designs are on display at Bonhams for Jewelry Week. And two of the designs are for sale, and one has already been purchased. So
And
right, and I don't know, Caroline. Yes, go.
I'm going to say one more thing.
Yes, please.
And in addition to them being on display for Jewelry Week, we're actually going to keep them on display for the next couple of weeks, which means that they will be on display in our lobby during our trade and public preview for the New York Jewels sale, which takes place on December 6th, Monday. And we're open so that every person who walks through the door, whether they know and are interested in fabulous platinum art jewelry or this is a new discovery, will see them. So I'm really excited that we have this extra opportunity for people to see these designs and be a part of it.
Great.
And you know what's so lovely about that? This is the first that Kevin hears about it, but it's not going to be any problem, right?
You know, I only found out last night, and I debated on whether I was going to email you, and I thought, you know what? It's nice to have a surprise every now and again. It's a Friday, so I'm gonna, yeah.
The season of surprises. That's so great, Caroline.
Yeah.
That's such great news.
That's
You have to come
perfect.
see it.
Yes, you must. Please do.
So we actually have we have a question from Barbara in our audience, and she's actually asking Paul, is your expertise solely platinum, or do you work in all materials, and which metal do you prefer?
Well, today my expertise is only platinum. But no, I work.
Good answer, Paul.
Hey, Kevin's the man. Kevin's the man.
I'll pay you
But
later,
no,
Paul.
I work. I work in all metals, like all metals. I also I do custom carvings and lapidary. I do custom lapidary work. So I carve all kinds of stones, and I've been working in jewelry for over 28 years. So I have a lot of experience and a lot of custom one-of-a-kind jobs, and I do a lot of design work. So but today it's about platinum.
Yes. Oh, thanks, Paul. And Celine, I'm curious, like how much has winning this competition helped you establish yourself as a young emerging designer of consequence in the field?
Yeah, I mean, it was a great confidence boost, and I'm actually a designer now as a profession, which I think this did help me shift my mindset as far as what I wanted to do after school. Obviously, being part of a maker program was amazing, so important, influences everything that I do every day. But yeah, I think my heart is with designing, and this project definitely helped take me in that direction.
Great. That's great, Celine. Thank you. I think that's.
I want to say something to that actually, because
Sure.
when Kevin and I got all the judges evaluations in, and we were tallying up all of the tallies, it was really, it was so clear that Celine was really meant for this first prize, because her earrings got the highest number of votes. That was followed by Joe's earrings. That was followed by Maria's earrings, and then Celine's other two pieces, actually. So Celine, you're in the top 5 with all of your pieces. I think it's so nice, so yeah.
And it was a really tough judging panel too. I mean, there were like 11 judges, and they were some really key leaders in the industry, as well as people in the editorial world. So these are people who really knew jewelry and really appreciated the the artistry that went into that. But they were also, when they were judging, they were not only judging on the artistry, but they were also judging on the manufacturing and engineering viability, as well as potential commercial viability. So there were a lot of boxes they had to tick to select a winner. So
yeah, and actually, I mean, just to jump back in here, that's what did it for me, I think, was having to consider all of those things in a way that, in a lovely way, you don't always consider those things with art jewelry, right? But I think that considering those things is a part of what engages me with all of this. I enjoy that, actually, and I really discovered that with this project. So yeah, it was a really solidifying moment for me.
That's great. And Kevin, thank you for that response as well, because I was going to ask about the criteria, and you covered that. So perfect. So, I'm also thinking about, and really this question is for everyone, anyone who wants to respond to it, has this experience, I mean, because each of you have played such a distinct and important role in this entire project, as well as our other faculty, Professor David Butler, who really was, teaching our students how to work with the material and teaching them about the particular nuances of platinum. So many people were involved, and I think for our audience too, like, has this experience changed your view about what's possible in jewelry education? Do you think that there's potential for other collaborations like this that can benefit education programs, students, and industry? Like, it's a whole partnership.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I'll start. This is definitely what we would just love to expand throughout the entire United States, because there's an endless supply of new creative people coming into the business, and you can never have too much education. So we continue to seek opportunities to, not to clone this program, but to customize things that are that would work for other education institutions, but mainly to give anybody who's interested in jewelry making and a career in this great business to have the opportunity to learn to work with, one of the most precious materials in the world. So it's, yeah, we definitely want to do more of this.
That's great. Anyone else have any thoughts along those lines?
I just want to say quickly that I think that we are extremely lucky because of the location of all of us as well. So this is a bit of a unicorn in the sense that you can't really reproduce that so easily, right? Because we have, and I guess that's what made it so easy once we tipped it off as well, because we're all here in New York. And so we were able to quickly, even during the COVID crisis, set up the students with Paul, have Kevin come and come to Pratt, even though he had to jump through all kinds of hoops with the COVID restrictions and whatnot. So, we are lucky in that sense. And I think that makes it so much more special in a way. I do want to say, no, you cannot reproduce this at all because, it's so special.
Hey, we did it here first, okay?
Yeah, platinum DNA is yours.
I love it. And we so look forward to the next competition. It was interesting. I attended, so our Professor David Butler did a platinum demonstration very recently, just a few weeks ago, in our studios at Pratt, and I came live, to his demonstration, and I was, he inspired me to get excited about platinum in my own work, right? I've worked with platinum a teeny tiny little bit, and I really, I feel like there's a lot of myths about platinum that I was buying into, and then, watched his demonstration and realized, no, that's not really true. So I'm kind of excited to explore the material. Go ahead, Kevin. You look like you wanted to say something there, or maybe Paul.
Yeah, there's nothing like having a hands-on experience, to dispel those myths and misconceptions, and also to to deal with the realities of jewelry making, because I think Paul touched on it before, and I think anybody in the business knows, and certainly all of these amazing students learned over the last 2 years, is that you can design amazing things in CAD, and some of them you should never ever make. So there is that that experience that comes from theory to practical application, and there's no way to do that without some kind of a hands-on experience. So that's what made this so special.
Such a great point. Paul, did you have anything you may have wanted to add to that?
Well, I found it interesting where you was referring to about the myths, and I don't know exactly what you meant, but there's a few rules that you have to follow, and basically cleanliness and that type of thing. But I think that's what some of the demonstrations we went through with Celine. We did a melt when they were here, and actually the metal that we melted when the girls were here is the metal that I used for wire in Celine's project and Joe's project. So we actually used the metal that we melted in those 2 of the 3 jobs. So that was kind of nice. But some of the alluring parts of platinum that you can melt it over and over. As long as you keep it clean, you can melt it over and over. And it's, talk about recycling. It's completely recyclable. As long as you follow a few rules, it's really amazing like that. And it'll let you know if you did something wrong. It won't look right. And then well, you got to just scrap it at that point. And anytime you want to come by, Patricia, you're welcome to come by my shop.
Thanks, Paul. I'm taking you up on that.
It goes for everybody.
That's great. And we saw all those great images in the slideshow of the students at your studio. So those were very, very exciting to see and very encouraging. But thank you. So we're actually coming up on time soon, and I just wanted to reach out to the audience again. If there are any additional questions, feel free to add them to the chat. And I also want to give everyone an opportunity. Is there any last thoughts that you have that you'd like to share with everyone about this amazing project?
I just wanted to jump in quickly as all of our backgrounds get really dark, because it's getting really dark, right? So suddenly everyone's sitting in the pitch black. I do want to say that we have put a lovely virtual exhibition up of this whole project, which includes all of the designs of all the students, not just the winners, and bios of all the judges, and just a sort of an intro into this entire thing on our our Pratt related website, Critty Art. I think you can see that on the New York City Jewelry Week website, and we'd like you to go and visit it, because it really, you can see what the thought process was, what the judges were thinking, and what you can really look at the designs and the photographs of the finished pieces as well, actually.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that, Katrin. Perfect. And of course, we want to encourage everyone to stop by Bonhams. And you know, if you're doing gallery hopping for New York City Jewelry Week, or the extended preview, make sure to check out the pieces in real life.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Any final thoughts? Anything you'd like to say to wrap up?
I just want to say thank you to Pratt and to Paul, to the winning students, to Caroline. That this is just so many exciting things for showcasing platinum jewelry and the talented people behind it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Celine.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, yes, I have something to say. That thank you all for an amazing experience. It was a really wonderful way to cap off my last year at Pratt, and especially with the year that it was, just phenomenal. And Paul, especially, you know, big thank you to you. I hope to run into you soon. May reach out to you to work on something if if you're available. But yes, thank you all so much. And Pat and Katrin, I miss you both.
Miss you too. Well, I just want to say thank you all so much for joining us for this panel. Very interesting. And again, Pratt is so proud to have collaborated with PGI, and we look forward to the next collaboration. So thank you all, and enjoy the rest of New York City Jewelry Week. Take care. Thanks, Alex.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for a great conversation to close out day 5. Obviously, there's always more to come, but thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you to Pratt. Like Katrin said, you can check out their exhibition via the durational page on our website. So head over there and take a look at that, as well as all of the other fantastic content that's over there. All right, folks, that is the end of the day, and my screen has gotten very dark too, so that means it's time to go. Thank you so much for joining us here for day 5, everyone. I hope to see you again tomorrow for day 6, and then for day 7. Hopefully you're joining us IRL for a couple of the events that are happening this evening, and I will see you tomorrow to kick off our virtual programming here once again for day 6. Thank you for joining us for day 5, and we'll see you all soon.